Hey guys, this is Star What If. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see third part what if Harry Potter exposed the truth about magic detection. Here is short summary. Harry uncovers the hidden flaws in the Ministry's magic detection system, revealing how it has been used to manipulate and control the wizarding world. But before we start, if you want more stuffs like this, then please support to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Let's start the video. That morning Dumbledore had been enjoying a peaceful breakfast, having no knowledge of the events of the night. Snape sat to his right and was looking very tired and highly disgruntled, making Dumbledore feel deeply for all those who had potions today. That thought brought a smile which he masked before it could split his face and ate serenely. McGonagall was also quiet, as her eyes roved over the students. Dumbledore also let his eyes wander all over the Great Hall, as he bit into his toast. Most of the students were there and he smiled, feeling very happy to see all these young minds. He only hoped Voldemort would stay wherever he was and let all of them live in peace. He shook his head slightly at that silly thought. As if he would. Dumbledore had now for some time been suspecting that he had created Horcruxes, and his suspicions only increased after he heard how the Voldemort sprite attacked Harry. Harry Potter. From there Dumbledore's thoughts went to the boy who was clearly something more. Only he could not put his hands on where and what the mystery was. He was so confident and self-assured that was nothing short of amazing for a boy who apparently spent his life in a cupboard under the stairs. Dumbledore cringed inside, even now as he remembered the Hogwarts ladder. He had been horrified, and had been prepared for a neglected and undernourished Harry Potter, but what he got was someone who was more confident and more intelligent and surely a better version of James Potter. At that time Dumbledore noticed Ginny Weasley enter the Great Hall looking very happy and extremely satisfied with herself. Dumbledore did not know her personally and he smiled at her happy face as she went quietly to sit with the other first years and begin her breakfast. A little later Dumbledore was still musing about Harry, when he saw the object of his thoughts enter the Great Hall. Dumbledore became alert as he scrutinized Harry and saw him look at Ginny. Dumbledore straightened and looked deeply at Harry, wondering if he should attempt legilimency, but decided against it. Hermione Granger was calling loudly to Harry and Dumbledore saw the way Ginny Weasley's head jerked up at that, her spoon falling from her nerveless hands. She turned away from Harry for a second and Dumbledore saw the happiness he had seen in her face that morning had completely vanished, and in place was an incredulous disbelief that changed into anger in a second, before she turned away and looked down. Dumbledore turned his attention to Harry, who had gone to his friends by then and was still looking at Ginny and beginning to eat his breakfast very fast. They finished and Harry, Hermione Granger and Neville Longbottom got up to leave and Dumbledore saw Ginny get up too. He suddenly felt something very wrong in that, and trusting his instincts which had never betrayed him until then, Dumbledore stood up apparently finished with his breakfast and smiling at his staff. He got down apparently leisurely, but walking swiftly towards the doors. He was halfway down the tables when he broke into a run. He had heard Harry's voice cry out to Ginny telling her everyone was watching. Dumbledore though missed Harry calling out to the dairy as it had not been very loud. Dumbledore ran faster when he heard Ginny screaming that she would kill Harry, and seeing their headmaster run, the other professors got up from their seats at the head table and ran towards Dumbledore. Snape was the first to go and he simply ran as fast as he could, his robes billowing behind him, to the doors. Dumbledore in the meantime had reached the door and saw Harry's stunner and fired a stunner of his own on Ginny and watched her fall down. He ran to her to check her and he slowly and cautiously enervated her. He straightened and looked around for Harry and saw him sit down by the steps, looking tired and showing his hand to his friends who had run to him. His attention was suddenly diverted as Ginny started screaming, and to Dumbledore's horror, he saw the ghostly form of Voldemort as a young boy known as Tom Riddle, rising up from Ginny's body and vanishing. Ginny collapsed and fainted, and Dumbledore coming to his senses asked Percy to levitate Ginny to the infirmary and turned to talk to Harry, when he saw Snape running out with a few vials in his hand. Snape had taken the diary with trembling hands and placed it into his robes at once, and a minute later something came once more into his hands. It was a piece of paper with hasty instructions on how to destroy the diary. Snape wasted no time and he ran to his dungeons and to his chambers and destroyed the diary by removing the basilisk fang with the venom in it and piercing the diary, until there was no ink to come out and the diary was all mangled. Then, Snape sealed everything, cleaned himself of all the ink, and placed the diary inside the warded place, along with the basilisk and ran out, acioing a few vials for Ginny and ran all the way to the main doors and then slowed his run to a swift walk. The whole exercise had taken but a few minutes. Dumbledore was already coming towards Harry, his face very grim and tight, and Snape hurried towards him. "Dumbledore, the girl, how is she? I have got a few potions. She will be fine, I hope, Severus. I have asked her brothers to take her to the infirmary. But thank you, all the same, Severus," Dumbledore told him, with a small smile, and he walked towards Harry. Snape wanted to very badly know if the possession was over and Horcrux destroyed. It must have been, he concluded, but it would be nice to get proof. Only he dared not ask Harry Potter even with his eyes, right now. Dumbledore was in quite a state, if his demeanor was anything to go by. He schooled his face into his usual inscrutable mask and walked along silently with Dumbledore. Harry, in the meantime, had conjured a diary just like the one he gave to Snape. He knew Hermione and Neville had seen it and he wanted to show it to them, if they asked. The diary also had Tom on its covers, but the pages were blank and there was no dark activity coming out of it. He went tiredly and sat down by the steps, once he handed over the Horcrux and the method of destroying it to Snape. Hermione and Neville came running towards him and Harry spoke to them, showing his hand and telling them that it still hurt a bit. Hermione was itching to question him, and it was only Harry's look of extreme tiredness that held her off. She was sitting next to him, biting her lips and thinking of a way to question him, without irritating him. She lost the battle with herself and tuned to Harry. "Harry, why did you accio that diary?" Hermione asked him hesitantly when they noticed Dumbledore and Snape coming towards them. Harry, Hermione and Neville stood up, feeling a bit scared, that Dumbledore was looking very grim. "The diary. I too would like to know the answer to that question, Harry," Dumbledore said, unsmiling. "May I see the diary?" He held out his hand. Harry did not utter a word but put his hands into his robes and pulled out the diary that looked just like the Horcrux and handed it over to Dumbledore. Dumbledore peered closely at the name and opened it and flipped through the pages and frowned when he found them blank. He placed the diary in his left hand and waved his wand over the diary a few times. There was nothing he could find there and he turned to Harry once more and looked at him deeply. "Will you please come to my office, Harry? I would like to talk to you for a few minutes." Harry nodded and walked behind Dumbledore, along with Snape. They reached the office in quick time, and after they went in, and Dumbledore went around the large table set in the center of the room and seated in his chair. He asked Snape and Harry to sit down and his frown decreased a bit when Fawkes flew from his perch and sat on Harry. He smiled a little as Fawkes trilled, "What happened with Ginny, Harry? You seemed to suspect something was wrong with her?" he asked, sending his legilimency across as he waited for Harry to answer. Harry took a deep breath and allowing Dumbledore to stay in his head he looked directly at Snape for a second, before turning to Dumbledore. "Sir, I don't want to say anything bad about Ginny," he started hesitantly. Dumbledore was silent and did not answer, and Harry gulped obviously and swallowed before he went on. "I saw her a few times with this diary and her face would be very harsh and she would be talking to herself and smirking to herself. I heard her use the word, kill, a few times and I almost asked her about it once or twice, but I really don't know her as I do Ron or Fred and George, sir, and so I kept quiet. Last night I saw her in the infirmary. I just woke up and I could see a blurry figure and recognized her as she spoke to herself. She was just walking around my bed a few times, muttering something, and then she left. She had something in her hands. I assumed it was this diary, because whenever she would talk and mutter to herself, the diary was usually in her hands. Today, I came into the Great Hall and kept looking at her and I was intending to ask her about the diary and also why she would come into the infirmary and keep roaming around my bed, when she kept glaring at me and followed me outside. That was when I got the idea and I accioed the diary and she screamed in anger that she would kill me and cast the killing curse. There was nothing to hide there, sir. and I simply acioed the armor standing there, and thankfully the killing curse did not hit me. I screamed to Hermione to accio the armor again, in case she would try the killing curse again, and I ran out, casting the stunner at her. She suddenly fell and you came there with the wand high in your hand. You cast the stunner, didn't you? Dumbledore nodded his head briefly, withdrawing from Harry's mind. Harry's report had been accurate, and Dumbledore bent once more over the diary as Harry played with Fawkes, and Snape sneered at both Harry and Fawkes. The diary was very ordinary, and except the name Tom M. Riddle written on it, there was nothing else. No dark magic and no dark spells. May I keep this with me, Harry? I would also like to talk to Miss Weasley about this. Dumbledore stopped for a second and then breathed heavily. Do you wish to press charges against her, Harry? If you do, she would have to spend the rest of her life in Azkaban and also be keyed, I think. That should be the procedure, I believe. Snape inserted smoothly, his black eyes glittering with joy. Harry turned to glare at him and then turned to Dumbledore. Sir, I would like to know why Ginny Weasley tried to kill me. Why she came to the infirmary yesterday, and did she do anything then? And Harry, would you want to press charges against her? Like Severus says, you will be quite within your rights to do so. Dumbledore asked him. Harry shook his head. I don't think so, sir. I think there is something very wrong with Ginny Weasley. She did not look like herself, you know, the last few weeks at least, since I've started noticing her talking to herself. She almost looked possessed, and if there is something wrong with her health or something, then I definitely don't want to press any charge against her, sir. He said firmly. Dumbledore started at that. Harry had by chance hit the nail rig HT on the head. Indeed, Harry, I do believe she was not quite herself. Was she possessed then by a ghost or something, sir? Harry asked him, his eyes wide and astonished. Fawkes pecked him, and when Harry looked at him, the clever bird actually winked at Harry. Harry was truly stunned, and he blinked at Fawkes, who trilled once and flew off Harry's lap and onto his perch. Harry, coming out of his shock, smiled at Fawkes and stood up when Dumbledore told him, once Miss Weasley is fine, Harry, I will question her and let you know. If Aurors come here, because many students heard her use an unforgivable, I hope you will back me up in that case. Harry nodded. Yes, sir. If she was not herself, and I don't think she was, because Ron and the twins are not like that. They are so carefree, she too must be like them, sir. I think so anyway. Dumbledore smiled widely for the first time that morning, and Snape too got up, looking very disgruntled that Ginny was not going to Azkaban, and looked sourly at Harry. I will be cancelling classes for today, Harry, and so you may relax with your friends, who must be anxious about you. Run along now, he said, and Snape immediately pounced on Harry. Potter, you will come with me and attend to the potion. That needs help. Come on. And nodding briefly to Dumbledore, Snape turned billowed away. Harry smiled at Dumbledore and walked hastily behind Snape, leaving the diary with Dumbledore, who was looking better than when he walked to his office. Harry and Snape walked in silence until they reached the potions lab and walked inside. Harry threw his bag onto a chair and watched as Snape warded the room and went inside and came out with the destroyed diary. Harry looked at it tiredly and smiled a bit before getting up and taking the diary in his hands and sent his magic into it. There was no response, and Harry handed it back to Snape, who went to keep it with the basilisk. Are you okay? Harry started as Snape's voice came abruptly. Harry was deep in thoughts and his memories of a life that was surely destroyed. You know, Snape, you and I, we have a lot of things in common with each other. Harry told him softly. Snape sneered. Common with you, a Potter? Why, I am Lily's too, you know. Harry told him carelessly, watching Snape, as he predictably froze and turned into stone. You lost Mum because of your choices, Snape, and she was too young to see the real you, romantically. Harry told a flushing Snape, who had not moved and whose eyes were suddenly blazing with anger and bitterness. I do not wish to talk to you about it, and it would do you well to stop right now. He hissed, his voice very soft, telling Harry how angry he was. I too, have most likely lost the girl I loved and married Snape, because I have chosen to act differently now. Harry told him, his eyes, very, very sad. Snape, who was on the verge of blasting Harry, was stunned into silence as he processed what Harry was telling him. I married Ginny Weasley and I had 3 lovely kids. 2 boys and a girl. Harry's voice broke and then there was only silence. Harry had put his head into his hands, sitting there, and Snape was simply looking at him, his eyes inscrutable for a long time, before he stood up and went into his chambers and came holding a steaming cup of tea. Drink, Potter. And you are truly big-headed. You are only in your 2nd year and this incident with the basilisk has already happened before and you got together with her then. Why should you think that you cannot do it now? Harry did not answer. He had already told a bit too much to Snape and he did not want to blabber more. He accepted the cup rather shakily from Snape's hands and slowly sipped it, and Snape, after waiting for an answer that was not coming, stood up and attended to the potions that would be ready in a month or 2. Christmas is already upon us, Snape. Once it's over, then we have the potions to tackle, and then it's 3rd year. 3rd year this time will be very peaceful. No Dementors and no Sirius back escaping from Azkaban and no Peter Pettigrew running away to help good old Voldy-Moldy back to his body. 3rd year will be good. The next problem will be in 4th year. Harry told him, with a small smile, his eyes still having a haunted look about them. Aren't you just tempting the fates, Potter? Snape asked him dryly. Harry grinned, looking a bit more like himself now. No, Snape. Last time, 3rd year was when Sirius broke out of Azkaban, and because he was thought the traitor, the Ministry had Dementors all around the school and there was a mess at the end of it all. This year, Sirius has already happened and no Dementors and nothing for 3rd year. Snape sneered and snorted mildly at Harry's enthusiasm. That is tempting the fates with a vengeance, Potter. I would advise you not to try. He added dryly. Harry simply grinned at him. When will the potions get over, Snape? Will you be staying here for the holidays? Snape asked him a few minutes later. Harry nodded his head. Yes, I'll be. Hermione, Colin and others are staying back and I think I will too. I've already written to Sirius and Remus, asking them permission to stay on here, and I think they'll agree. I've told them about the potions nearing completion and so I don't think they'll create a fuss. Snape snorted again, this time loudly, showing his disdain for Sirius and Remus and their permission of all things. Now that the diary is gone, I think the rest of this year will be better than it was the last time. Snape did not answer to this and soon, they had an almost companionable silence as they worked together. Harry left the potions classroom for lunch, where he was assaulted by an anxious Hermione, Neville and even the Slytherins. Draco hung slightly behind and looked at Harry with worry and fear. Harry laughed at all of them and answered their questions as well as he could and tried to tell Draco, though many hints, that he was perfectly fine and that Ginny looked all right too. That started off another discussion about Ginny and Harry promised to tell them everything as soon as he knew. The next morning Harry received Sirius and Remus's letter and laughed. They were very upset, but at the very end of what was a very long letter, they said they understood that Harry wanted to be with his friends for Christmas and work on the potions that would be ready by the 1st week of March. This was the last stage and they said they understood. Mr. and Mrs. Weasley came to the school that day to see their daughter. They had received an owl in the morning and they had flown to Hogsmeade and had rushed from there. Ginny was perfectly fine. Madame Pomfrey declared that afternoon and Harry went once again to the headmaster's office in the afternoon to hear from Ginny. McGonagall, Snape, Mr. and Mrs. Weasley, all their children and Lucius Malfoy of all people along with Dobby were there. Dobby was looking very pathetic and he was standing with his head bowed low down in fear. He looked up as the door opened and Harry walked in, and his eyes widened comically before Lucius noticed him and kicked him. Dobby whimpered and looked down once again. Harry glared at Lucius Malfoy and put his hand inside his robes, conjuring a hanky, kept it in readiness. Come in, Harry, and sit down. You know the Weasleys and this is Lucius Malfoy, one of the governors on the Hogwarts school board. Lucius, this is Harry. Dumbledore said pleasantly. McGonagall was sitting next to Snape and Harry sat on Snape's other side. Snape had kept watching him from the moment he had entered the room, but was still to say anything. The whole atmosphere was very tense and Ginny was already sobbing. Hi, Mr. Weasley, Mrs. Weasley. Harry greeted them softly as soon as he sat down. Mrs. Weasley looked on the verge of tears and Mr. Weasley was looking very worried as well. Harry, dear, I really don't know what to say. Mrs. Weasley started and Harry's heart went out to this lady who had done so much for him. He smiled. "I don't think you need to say anything, Mrs. Weasley. Professor Dumbledore was telling me yesterday that something possessed Ginny. In fact, most of us saw something, a youngish boy coming out of her and vanishing. Nothing's her fault." Dumbledore beamed. Mrs. Weasley smiled through her tears and thanked him tremulously. She had been so scared when the owl had come, and after she came to school and learnt what had happened, she had been terrified, both for her daughter and about what would happen to her, for her actions, even though she was not really in control of them. To her immense relief and eternal gratitude, Harry was just brushing it all away. "I think Professor Dumbledore has the diary, Mrs. Weasley. You can see that. I think that diary is somehow connected to that ghost that came out of Ginny. I saw her with it a few times and she would always be talking and smirking to herself." He explained. "I really don't see the point in all this, Dumbledore. It is obvious that the girl has brought in a magical object that could harm the other students here, and I think this is a clear case of misuse of magical artifacts, and even if the criminal is very young, I think she must be taken through the proper channels and punished." He drawled, his eyes roving over the Weasleys and settling upon Harry. "Well, sir, I refuse to press charges, when it was not her fault, but the fault of the person who was inside her," Harry told him firmly, and blushed when everyone turned to look at him in surprise. Dumbledore was completely taken aback at the confidence and the assured way in which Harry was speaking, and he slowly entered his mind. Again Dumbledore was shocked. There was nothing there, except recognition of the house, elf, which he too had recognized from seeing it in Harry's mind before in the memories of that morning and later helping Snape with the potions. There was nothing else. He pushed it from his mind for now and concentrated on the job at hand. Mrs. Weasley was now crying in earnest, and the Weasleys were all glaring at Lucius Malfoy, who was scowling at Harry. Harry turned to Professor Dumbledore. "Sir, do you have the diary with you?" he asked Dumbledore, and surprised once again, but very curious, Dumbledore handed over the diary to him, watching him all the time. Harry turned his back to Lucius Malfoy and Albus Dumbledore and removed the hanky as if to wipe his face and slipped it inside the book and cast a Notice Me Not charm and a very mild sticking charm wandlessly on it, all the while pretending to look through the book. "Mrs. Weasley, this was the diary Ginny had with her. The few times I saw her look kind of possessed. See," he said, and handed the diary to her. She took it with trembling hands and looked at it, and as if unable to look through it at all, she handed it back to Harry. Ginny saw the book and started weeping loudly, throwing herself onto her mother, who was trying to comfort Ginny through her own tears. "Where did you get this thing, Ginny? Did you have it before school, or did someone give it to you after school started?" Harry asked her, and after a long moment of intense sobbing, she looked at Harry, her eyes all puffed up and face swollen and with so much fear in her eyes. "I'm sorry, Harry. The book wanted to know everything about you. He said he wanted to be friends with me, and I told him all about how you defeated you-know-who and how you survived the killing curse. The book then slowly tried to poison my mind towards you, and whenever it would take hold of me, I could not do anything. I simply watched as if it was happening to someone else, and he would keep grinning and keep talking about killing you. What you said is very correct. But Harry, it was not I, it was him." And she started sobbing as her parents looked on helplessly. "Seems a likely story," Lucius sneered. "Let me see that book, Mr. Potter," he asked Harry, holding his hand out for the book. Harry looked at Dobby. "Hello, can you please take this to Mr. Malfoy?" he asked, not getting up from his chair. Dobby looked at him, his eyes wide with disbelief that someone had requested him, rather than ordered him, and then sheer terror at touching that book. He came to Harry and slowly held out a hand, and then blinked in relief when he could not feel the darkest magic of them all, and hurried to Lucius Malfoy and handed the book to him. Lucius glared at him, and snatched the book from him and opened it. To his shock, one he managed to conceal very well, the diary looked very ordinary, and he could sense no magic at all, let alone dark magic coming from it. He stayed silent for a few minutes and looked up when Harry was asking Ginny something else. "Where did you find this, Ginny?" Her father answered for her. "She says she found it in her Transfiguration textbook when we got it from Flourish and Blots." Harry looked at Ginny and for the first time in this timeline, used legilimency to plant a thought into another mind, after he made sure Dumbledore was not in his mind. He looked a bit puzzled like everyone else, and Arthur and Molly were talking to Dumbledore about enquiring those at Flourish and Blots about this. Suddenly Ginny exclaimed, "Mum, it was Mr. Malfoy. He took my Transfiguration book that day, looked through it and threw it into my cauldron. Remember, Daddy, it was him, I'm sure, who put the book into my Transfiguration text." She cried out, looking at him angrily and with just a touch of fear. Lucius Malfoy stiffened and went pale for a second, before he steadied himself and glared at Ginny. "I hope you have proof, Miss Weasley. You are making rather serious accusations," he told her bitingly. Dumbledore saw Lucius's expressions and his own face went blank. "Lucius, she is frightened and she does not remember from where she received the diary. She may be mistaken." "May be mistaken." Lucius Malfoy was furious. "She is playing around with dark artifacts and then conveniently accuses me. Have the Weasleys stooped so low?" he thundered as he threw the book on the floor by his feet. There was the ghostly form of a young Lord Voldemort that came out of her body as she screamed and fainted. Dumbledore told him abruptly. Lucius stopped breathing and he stood there in shock, his face ashen. He stood there for a long minute, his eyes wide with shock and with sweat that was already beginning to break out on his face as he processed Dumbledore's words. "What?" he whispered. "You heard me, Lucius. I think you should leave now. And I hope that you will not play with my students in future," Dumbledore said chillingly, and he stood up, radiating an aura of power as he looked at Lucius Malfoy with penetrating eyes that had no twinkle in them now, but anger. Lucius turned on his feet. His feet hit the diary and he looked at it with deep fear that he could not quite conceal. Without realizing what he was doing, he bent down and picked it up and then stiffened again as he realized what he had done. Instead of walking to the table and placing the diary on it, he turned to Dobby and barked at him, throwing the book at him, "Give it to Dumbledore and come with me." Exactly then, Harry wandlessly removed the charms and made the hanky visible. Dobby saw the cloth and stood there mesmerized by the hanky. "Dobby!" came a strangled shout from Lucius, who turned back to kick his elf and his eyes widened. "Master has freed me," Dobby said, his eyes leaking with tears. "What?" Lucius was astonished, and it was all that Harry could do to stop laughing at Lucius's face. "Master has given me clothes. I am free," Dobby said once more in a voice that dripped with wonder. Lucius Malfoy blazed with anger. He unscrewed his cane and lifted his wand, when Dobby snapped his fingers. "I shall not allow Master to harm anyone." Crash! Lucius Malfoy went flying and hit the door of the headmaster's office and crumpled down. Everyone was still with shock and the room was totally silent. In that silence, Snape got up and moved slowly to Malfoy and helped him stand up, even as the others watched with open mouths. Snape simply looked into Lucius's eyes, apparently trying to convey something to him. Malfoy stood there for a second more, looking into Snape's eyes, and then he swiftly turned and walked out of the headmaster's office, slamming the door behind him. Lucius Malfoy and Severus Snape walked out of the headmaster's office after Lucius slammed the door behind him. Snape did not speak a word but led a willing Malfoy to the dungeons and into his chambers. Snape went directly to his cabinet and took out a couple of glasses and poured the red elf-made wine and silently handed one glass to Lucius, who had thrown himself in a very Malfoyish way on the sofa. "What happened, Severus?" Lucius asked him after a silence that became slightly oppressive. Snape was not saying anything. He was simply sipping his wine and looking sympathetically at Lucius, willing him to speak first. "Today morning," Snape asked him and continued when Lucius nodded. "Well, I noticed something was amiss when the old loony got up suddenly and started walking swiftly towards the main doors of the Great Hall, and halfway he broke into a run. I got up and ran to see what it was that could rile up the old man so. I was not disappointed initially, Lucius. Only a bit later it turned rather frightening. The Weasley girl was screaming that she would kill Potter. This I heard from Dumbledore and Potter. Really, that boy is so lucky. I wish he would fail somewhere, really. He threw a curse and avoided the Avada no less, how I really don't know, and fired a stunner, but before he could do more, Dumbledore himself fired a stunner at the girl. A few minutes later, the ghostly form of a young boy rose out of her and vanished. Dumbledore said that was our Lord while he was very young. Lucius paled and was sweating profusely as Snape's explanation went on, and by the time Snape finished, He was trembling, a far cry from the Lucius Malfoy the world knew. "Lucius, what is the matter? Did that elf harm you?" Snape asked him, leaning forward in concern. Lucius hesitated only for a minute. "Severus, I think I am in trouble. I placed that diary in her Transfiguration book. That was a diary our Lord had given to me. It was an extremely dark object and I wanted to be free of this if there were any checks by the Aurors, since this showed up under the Auror scans. Now it looks like." Lucius hesitated for a second and looked into Snape's eyes and trembled. "What is it, Lucius? You don't have to tell me if you must not. I understand our Lord will be angry if you reveal what I need not know." Those were the right words to say and Lucius shivered once more. "Looks like a Horcrux, Severus, and it seems to have been destroyed, because I could not find anything magical in that diary, let alone traces of dark magic." Snape stared in apparent shock. "What a Horcrux? Lucius, are you sure?" he asked and sat back when Lucius nodded his head. Snape was silent for some time, before he answered, choosing his words carefully. "I think you should somehow plant the suggestion by means of an anonymous letter to make the Aurors search your house and pour some dark magic into a diary which looks like the one destroyed and let them take it. That way the Dark Lord will be angry, but will not be able to accuse you of having deliberately destroying the diary. You can tell our Lord that this diary was something different, a dark object that you made on your own to cause trouble for Arthur in the ministry, only it backfired on you, just in case he comes to know of this incident. What do you think?" Lucius looked long at Snape, whose face was bland as he sat back looking very matter of fact, and slowly Lucius nodded. "I think I'll do that. But Severus, I can count upon you not to reveal." "But of course, Lucius, you have my word," Snape said sincerely, and Lucius got to his feet, with a small relieved smile, and walked out after thanking Snape, a determined look on his face and looking more like the Lucius Malfoy of old. Snape heaved a sigh of relief as he watched Lucius Malfoy walk out of his rooms to do just the thing Snape suggested. Snape hoped this would be fine and would not mess up the timeline and create more problems. He cursed a bit. Harry was not telling him anything much and it was frustrating him. Well, he would have to try and put some more questions to Harry Potter if he needed to make sure his actions would not harm the original timeline. His thoughts went back to the time when Harry had almost broken down and he sighed. He very much hoped Harry would marry Ginny. He would not wish what he had gone through seeing Lily with James Potter on anyone, not even Voldemort, Snape decided as he remembered the jealousy and the bitterness that had welled up in his heart when he saw them together. James and Sirius made sure they never hexed him or the others in front of Lily, and she had been taken in by that, thinking James Potter had changed, he thought angrily. Snape sat still for a minute, before the memories of those days came back as always. Lily had been happy. That was what hurt him, he had realized later. She had been truly happy with Potter of all people and had a living proof of that love in Harry James Potter as well. He had almost lost his mind when he came to know they were planning to marry. Lily had never spoken to him after that night. Not once in the 2 years, and after they left Hogwarts he had never even seen her. And then she had died. And he had been the cause for it. Snape's face twisted in a very horrible way as the guilt burned into him as if new. Why did he have to take the damn prophecy to the Dark Lord? And why did Potter of all kids have to be born on the last day of the 7th month, and why, oh why did the bloody James Potter not listen to Dumbledore and make him the secret keeper instead of choosing Black and the rat of all people? Even after they were warned, they could not protect themselves. Snape snarled as he thought of Peter. But then he sagged again. While his mind could come up with many reasons that were perfectly true, his heart would never listen, and there it was he, who was responsible for the death of Lily and for the breaking of her family. He wondered how Harry was able to stand talking to him when Harry knew that it was because of him his parents died. At that time the flow turned green and Snape looked up, schooling his face into blankness, and stood up as Dumbledore's head appeared. "Can you come up for a minute, Severus? Has Lucius left?" Snape sneered. Dumbledore had called him, because he had known Lucius left. He nodded silently and walked to the flow to take a pinch of flow powder, and waiting only for Dumbledore to withdraw his head, Snape threw the flow powder and stepped into the fire. Time to report to Dumbledore, he thought, about what Lucius said. Sirius and Remus were having their lunch in Diagon Alley, planning to go to a meeting in the afternoon, when Hedwig flew into the leaky cauldron and landed on the table, holding out her leg. Sirius grinned at Remus, his eyes brightening as he untied the letter on Hedwig's leg and opened it. His smile abruptly turned into a frown and then a scowl. He stood up abruptly, throwing the letter towards Remus, and strode to the fireplace, throwing a few galleons on the counter for Tom. Remus, in the meanwhile, had hastily stood up, reading the letter as well, and his face too showed the sudden tension as he finished the letter, running to the fireplace, just as Sirius was throwing a pinch of the flow powder and stepping into the fire, shouting, "The 3 broomsticks." Remus followed suit, and soon they were running on the road that led from Hogsmeade to Hogwarts. Sirius opened the gates, just as Lucius Malfoy was finishing his talk with Snape, and ran inside. Sirius ran through the main doors and the stairs to the headmaster's office, missing Lucius Malfoy, who was just stepping out of the dungeons. Sirius ran to the gargoyle and stopped, his chest heaving with all the exhaustion. It took a few minutes for him to get his breath back, and he spent the next few minutes trying all kinds of wizarding and muggle sweets. The gargoyle finally opened to Mars bars from Remus, and Sirius, now with another burst of energy, ran up the stairs and opened the door, without even knocking on it. They opened the door to see Snape step through the fire with Dumbledore standing near it. Dumbledore turned with a slight frown, which turned to a smile as he saw Sirius and Remus rushing in. "Hello Sirius, Remus. This is indeed a pleasant surprise," Dumbledore exclaimed, walking over to his chair and sitting down, gesturing Sirius, Remus and Snape to sit down as well. "Tea?" he asked to an almost bursting to ask questions Sirius. "No, Albus. We received a letter from Harry today afternoon saying that he was attacked by Ginny Weasley of all people, and he says she was possessed and the killing curse was not her fault." "The killing curse, Albus? Just what is happening here?" That elf was correct. It said horrible things would happen in Hogwarts and asked Harry not to go. "Right. Now I've made my decision. Harry as of this minute is withdrawn from here. No more." Sirius was panting once again, and his eyes looked bleak as he whispered, "I can't lose him too, Albus. He's all I've got." Albus smiled gently. "I know, Sirius, and I was so worried yesterday, when I heard Miss Weasley shout at Harry. I cast the stunner that stopped her, and then a few minutes later, Voldemort came out of her body and vanished. She was apparently possessed. The elf was Lucius Malfoy's, and it came here along with him today, and there was a piece of cloth in that diary that he gave to the elf, and he unintentionally freed it." Dumbledore's eyes were smiling along with him, as he remembered the scene in his office a little while ago. "So it was Malfoy. How dare he?" Sirius asked, outraged. Remus and Snape simply sitting and watching, Remus with a worried look and Snape with an unreadable expression that was mildly sneering. "It was Malfoy indeed, and I have warned him. I think he will not try anything like this again," Dumbledore said soberly. "Wait a minute, Albus. You said Voldemort came out of her body. How was that?" Sirius asked, and they listened to Dumbledore's explanation, as he told them the events of the last day and a half. He did not mention his suspicion that it may be a Horcrux, and Sirius did not catch on to it either. "How is Ginny Weasley now? It must have been horrible for her. I would also like to see Harry, if you don't mind, Albus. Just to see for ourselves that he is fine," Sirius told him, and stood up, preparing to see Harry, his face a bit more cheerful now. He smiled his thanks to Dumbledore and nodded once to Snape, who did not acknowledge it, and rolling his eyes, Sirius and Remus smiled at Albus and went away. "Would you have some tea, Severus?" Albus asked him, pouring a cup for himself, when Snape shook his head. It was Lucius, Dumbledore. It was he who placed the diary into the Weasley's girls' cauldron. Snape hesitated a bit here. He had wanted to talk to Harry before he reported to Albus, but Dumbledore had called him quickly. Snape was in two minds about informing Dumbledore about the Horcrux. Dumbledore was waiting patiently for Snape to speak again, and Snape squared his shoulders and looked at Dumbledore. "The diary apparently was a Horcrux," he said blandly, watching as Dumbledore choked on his tea. It was not every time that he could surprise him, and Snape felt an immense satisfaction. "What? Who told you that, Lucius?" he asked, his desire to have tea apparently all gone. Snape nodded. "Yes, Dumbledore, it was he. This diary kept popping up in his scans, and he was worried that if anyone from the Ministry would come, this could not be concealed. So he decided to place it in the Weasley girl's book and hoped that it would get her into a lot of trouble. Snape shuddered. I thank Merlin that the Dark Lord did not possess her the way he possessed Potter. It would have destroyed her. Dumbledore nodded, his face very serious. Indeed, Severus, we must be thankful for that. So Voldemort has made Horcruxes. I have suspected it for some time now. This proves it. Dumbledore sighed. Poor Harry. He has such a task in front of him. We must make it as simple for him as we can, Severus. Snape nodded and stood up when Dumbledore nodded back at him, and with a twist of his feet he billowed away to the fireplace and went back to the piece of his dungeons to wait for Harry Potter. Just after Lucius Malfoy had left, Molly and Arthur Weasley had tackled Harry and had apologized to him, making him feel very embarrassed. He brushed it all off and could not help leaning into Molly's embrace when she tightly hugged him, pouring all her gratitude into the hug. She was still crying, terrified at what might have almost happened. Her daughter might have even been keyed or sent to Azkaban for the rest of her life had Harry pressed charges. Instead, it had been this remarkable boy who had spoken so confidently and assuredly for Ginny. Ginny herself was crying and looking very frightened. She had had a crush on Harry for as long as she could remember, and now she had almost killed him. She shuddered in self-disgust. Harry, she knew, would never look at her even in friendship, and he would never talk to her as he did in her dreams. She bent her head down in a gesture of defeat and tried to stop crying and thinking about anything and everything. Thankfully the bell had rung then, and all of them left the elder Weasleys and went to their classes, silently and very subdued. Ginny was excused from her classes and she went with her mother to the burrow to recover and also to give the other students time to forget. She would return after Christmas. Sirius and Remus, after their meeting with Dumbledore, had walked through the school, searching for Harry until they realized he was probably in his classes. They came to the main doors and decided to wait for classes to get over for the day and meet Harry and only then leave Hogwarts. They sat down on the steps of the main door and whiled away the afternoon, discussing what Dumbledore had told them. As soon as the bell rung for the last class, Sirius called an elf and asked it to call Harry to them. In a few minutes, Harry came running along with Neville and Hermione, looking very anxious. Sirius, Remus, what happened? Are you both fine? He shouted as he screeched to a halt, panting heavily, looking at both of them deeply. Harry, we are okay. We came for you. I got your letter today and we've been here since. I wanted to see you if you were okay, and Remus and I decided to do just that before we left. What happened yesterday? So Harry once more launched into the story of what happened yesterday and answered as many questions as he could and satisfied them finally, with Neville and Hermione helping him. Harry, listen to me carefully. I want you to stop your friendship with Malfoy. It was his father who was responsible for the diary and I am afraid his son will be no better. Sirius told him, his eyes and face not ready to take no for an answer. Sirius, if Malfoy even shows a bit of anything bad, I'll simply break off with him. I swear. Please believe me on this one. I won't take any risks and you can ask Neville and Hermione here. He has been very nice, Sirius, and I don't want to blame him for the sins of his father and break off with him. Please. Harry pleaded with him. Half an hour of much pleading and arguing. Sirius sighed at Harry's stubbornness and his refusal to see any sense in Sirius's words. He looked helplessly at Remus and then sighed and shrugged in resignation. Be careful, Harry, and don't let him get too close. Sirius warned him. Sirius, he's good. He's a very nice guy. He is not like his father and I've already promised you I'll break it off if he becomes like that. Don't you worry, okay. Harry reassured him and then waved goodbye to a very unsatisfied Sirius and a slightly worried Remus, and turned to see Draco walking out stonily towards Harry. Harry quickly schooled his expression into blandness, inwardly worried about what Draco had heard and how he took it. Can I talk with you for a minute? He asked. Sure, Draco. And Harry walked a little away from Neville and Hermione, and Draco too, left his friends who were looking worried and came over to Harry. Why did Black and Lupin tell you to avoid me? He asked, his face white and pinched. Harry looked at him for a long minute and then quietly told him what happened. Draco had come there at the end and had been shocked to hear Sirius and Remus tell Harry to stay away from him. He was even more shocked by Harry's response. Harry had told them he would break it off if Draco would become like his father. That had made Draco very confused and hurt. He had almost shouted at Harry, but all this time with him had made Draco realize that Harry was not a person to talk lightly. So he had pushed down his anger and had asked him what the matter was and why suddenly the Malfoys weren't good enough for Harry and his godfather. The reason shocked him beyond anything. His father had been responsible for placing a dark artifact that possessed a student and had tried to kill Harry. Had anybody else told Draco negative things about his father, he would have hexed them and become their enemy. But this was Harry, who would never lie to him. He knew that instinctively and he somehow trusted Harry on this. And he did not know what to say. He stared at Harry feeling extremely mortified and wondering why in the name of Merlin he had asked Harry anything at all in the first place. He should have known Harry would have a reason for everything. I understand if you'll no longer want to be friends, Draco told Harry, his voice all strained as he spoke the toughest words that almost broke him. Why should I not be friends with you, Draco? I told Sirius and Remus that I'll stay away if I feel you were trying to harm me. Not otherwise. And I know you'll never do that, Harry told him, looping his arm into Draco's and smiling at him. Draco was stunned. Harry believed that he would not harm him. He was so confident about Draco and was willing to be friends with him, even if his father had tried to kill him. Draco felt very bitter as he thought of his father, but he pushed those thoughts down and decided to think about them later. And besides, you warned me, you know. That helped as well, but I could not tell them that, because you told me to keep it a secret. Come on, let's go down to the dungeons and help Snape. He'll kill us otherwise, Harry told him, and refusing to talk further about what happened with Ginny, Harry led them all down. It was after these classes that Sirius and Remus had met them and Draco confronted him. After sending them away and talking to Draco, all of them trooped down to the dungeons and knocked at the door. Snape opened it and asked only Harry to come inside and shut and warded the door, disregarding the protests made by a slightly daring Hermione. Snape, after warding the door, waited for Harry to start his work, watching him all the while. Harry took his time, before he came to Snape's desk and sat down in the chair opposite Snape, and softly told him everything. Snape in turn told him what Lucius Malfoy had said, and Snape's own suggestion, and then there was only silence. Now that all this drama is over, how is the potion coming along? Call Hermione and the others once in a while, Dumbledore will get suspicious otherwise, Harry told him, and looked in shock, as Snape rolled his eyes, in an entirely human and unsnapish way. The next few weeks went by smoothly, with Ron and Draco being extremely subdued and not talking much or even hexing each other. Harry decided it was a good side effect of a bad event and let it be. Ginny was in the burrow and Harry inquired after her periodically, and Ron always answered with a blush and a hushed whisper that she was fine. If Draco was with Harry, he would glare at him, but as Dumbledore had told all of them, Draco did not know or have a clue about his father's activities, and the fact he was very quiet made the Weasleys quiet too. Holidays came upon them and all of them spent it in the school, reading, exchanging gifts and working every day on the potion. Draco refused to go home, and wrote his father, saying that he wanted to be here, because of the potion. The weather was now very cold, and it was snowing almost every day, and a bone-chilling January gave way to a very wet February. Harry was breathing a sigh of relief about the normalcy of the days going by, and after the nervousness and the tenseness of the first 3 months, the 2 months after the diary was destroyed totally opposite, and Harry very much enjoyed it. Ginny was very stilted when she came back scared and a shadow of herself, and it was only now, after almost 2 months, that she was settling down into any kind of normalcy that a first year should have had in the first place. February came and went, and now there was the suppressed excitement about the potion. The potion would be ready by the first week of March, and all students, both purebloods and muggleborns, were equally excited at what they would find, the muggleborns to which family they would belong to, and the pureblood, hoping their families had not been responsible for squibs. There were fierce arguments on both sides that only increased in intensity as the countdown to the 1st of March began. Snape had brewed the 2 potions perfectly, and in the last month, he pestered Harry to tell him about Harry's mother. I really do not understand your childishness in hiding this. I am going to find out anyway. Why can you not tell me now? He had demanded rather petulantly of Harry, who had grinned at him, but had refused to say a word. Snape had been furious, but could not do anything at all. Are you related to Malfoy, the Dark Lord, or Lestrange? He had asked, or Merlin. Black, he had asked, his arms folded tightly across his chest, and Harry had grinned. Okay, I'll not tell you, he had said, and Snape had sat down abruptly. What? He had asked faintly. Lily is related to the Dark Lord. Harry had laughed aloud and had shaken his head, and had watched gleefully as Snape got up and wiped his face. Then perhaps she is related to Potter himself? He asked Harry, raising one eyebrow, making Harry feel very envious of that ability. Much as he had tried, Harry could not do it as perfectly as Snape did, or so effortlessly. No, Snape, I am not telling you. I want to watch your face when you find out. That will be my Patronus moment from then on. And if you get Dumbledore there as well, I'll even be able to get 2 to 3 Patronus with one spell. That had made Snape even more curious, and he had almost begged. Almost, before he realized what he had almost done and had stormed off. From then onwards, Snape did not ask Harry about the potions at all, preferring to work in silence than lower his dignity in front of a boy who would not say a word. The first week of March came by and everyone was excited and anxious and worried. Most of the Gryffindors who were Muggleborns hoped they would not be related to the Slytherins, who in turn were hoping that no Muggleborn would be related to them. Lucius Malfoy and other pureblood Slytherins and a few Ravenclaws had already written to Snape and Dumbledore, asking him to call for a parents' meeting and announce the results before them. The Ministry came to know through the Daily Prophet. The paper had received an anonymous letter from Harry and Snape, who had written a brief note on the 1st of March informing the Daily Prophet of the potion that was being brewed by the head of Slytherin House and Potions Master Severus Snape, so that there would be no false reports of just which Muggleborn would be related to which pureblood family. The way Snape and Harry had worded it made those at the Daily Prophet feel that it was from a Slytherin family, who was anxious to have the Daily Prophet also on the job, so that the headmaster or anybody else would not tamper with the potion. From there it went to the Ministry, who also came to Dumbledore and asked him to announce the results publicly for everyone to know. By the end of the first week of March, everyone was talking only of this, and Snape and Harry had chosen that Friday to test the students and let Dumbledore announce the results on Saturday. On Friday morning, all the Muggleborn students assembled in the Great Hall, and looked at the staff table eagerly. Snape was already there, with 2 huge cauldrons, having made all the 3 potions but having mixed them and placed them into 2 cauldrons and many vials. Dumbledore was there, and so were all the professors, who also looked pretty excited as much as the students. The professors decided to go in alphabetical order and started with Alan Charles, a 7th-year half-blood. His father had been a Muggle-born wizard. He came up nervously and swallowed the potion and went to a large table where 2 large parchments were placed side by side. He pricked his finger and let 1 drop fall into each parchment. For a second nothing happened, then, slowly the names started appearing, to the fascination of the entire staff and Charles Allen. They started from his name and slowly went upwards, showing his parents, grandparents and so on. His father was apparently descended from a wizarding family called Crestar, whose daughter had been a squib some 2 centuries ago, and she had married a Muggle and settled far away from the wizarding world. Charles Allen was overwhelmed as he received his parchment and went back to his seat, where he was besieged by friends who wanted to know all about his wizarding roots. Slowly all the Muggleborns started going up to the staff table one by one and got their family ancestry chart, and were proved that they too were only witches and wizards from sometimes known and sometimes unknown wizarding families, and almost all of them moved to the Muggle world because their ancestor was a squib. Hermione's turn came, and she went up, shaking with nerves, and drank the potion and placed 2 drops of her blood on the 2 pieces of paper. The names started forming, and some 6 generations earlier was one Selena Black, who had been born a squib and had married a Muggle, Evan Granger. It was from her genes that Hermione's magic had come. She looked at Snape, who had seen the name of Black and was now sneering at her, and Dumbledore and McGonagall, who were smiling at her, and Hermione felt all her emotions burst just like so many of those who had come before her, and she started crying, as Dumbledore rolled the now dry parchment and gave it to her. She stumbled and turned and ran to Harry and threw herself on him, sobbing in her excitement and a bit of fear that she had had, thinking she may be related to evil wizarding families. Now that was not so. She was crying on Harry's shoulders in utter relief that she belonged to Harry's godfather's family. Then came Harry's turn. He smiled as his name was called out and walked smartly towards the staff table. He knew whose family his mother came from, and he was neither excited or anything. He was watching Snape very closely, though. A second after Harry's blood fell on both the parchments, the names started appearing. They went on quite a few generations back. And then Harry looked at Snape and Dumbledore as the wizarding name began to appear on the paper. Harry had known whom he was related to. The last time, this had not created any ripples, because Snape's portrait had not yet been put up in the headmaster's office and only Lily had been affected. James and Sirius had looked stony when Harry told them, and then they had brushed it off. Lily had cried a little, and then all of them except Harry had forgotten it. Harry had it in the back of his mind but had not said anything, as the arguments otherwise were pretty ugly already. This time around, he had been curious about Snape's and Dumbledore's reaction to what the potion would reveal, because almost all the purebloods would have a Muggle-born witch or wizard as a relation and be descended from them. He had watched as each name had been called and knew Snape was very curious about his mother. He also knew Dumbledore would want to know as well which family had Lily been a part of. Harry was very much looking forward to seeing both their reactions and was hoping for a good laugh about it with Snape later on, and who knew, Harry thought, grinning to himself, he could also get away with teasing Snape as well. Harry waited patiently until his name was called, and he went walking swiftly and at the same time, taking care to walk, keeping both Snape and Dumbledore in his line of vision. He drank the potion calmly and then poked his finger and let the blood drop onto the parchments and waited for Morgana Prince's name to appear. Morgana Prince was a squib. The Princes were apparently an affluent family until a few generations ago. They were inordinately proud of their family, not unlike the Blacks, and they were all Slytherins. Morgana was born some 200 and odd years ago, and she married a Muggle called Garton. It was from that couple that Lily was descended. A few generations later, a daughter born in the Groton family whose name was Primrose and who married another Muggle called Thomas Evans. In the Evans line Lily was born, and apart from her no one else until Harry's time had exhibited any magic at all. By the time Primrose married Thomas, the Grotons had completely lost touch with the world of magic and they lived like all other Muggles. The Princes in the meantime had lost their affluence, and slowly they merged with other ordinary wizarding people of no special mention. They lived quietly. A few generations later, Eileen Prince, Snape's mother, was born into that family. She was the only daughter of Socrates Severus Prince and Zarina Rosemerta Prince. She married a Muggle, Tobias Snape. The elderly princes were furious and refused to have anything to do with their daughter and grandson, and died without seeing their grandson even once. Harry blinked as the parchment came up with the name of Morgana Prince and looked at Snape and Dumbledore. A second later he started to laugh at their expressions. Snape got up early that morning, with almost a spring in his step. He was going to know Lily's family. Harry did not look worried or thoughtful, so Snape concluded that Lily's family was someone whom Harry approved of. He had wondered over and over about which family Lily was a part of, and he had placed his bets on a few of them. The only families he could think of were the Dumbledores, Potters, Blacks and Malfoys. Harry had also told him he wanted to see Snape's reaction and that he thought it would be extremely funny, so it was a family Harry was comfortable with and yet would shock Snape. Well, Snape decided all these families would shock him nicely, but now that he almost knew, he was instinctively a good guesser after all, and he would not be shocked, and he would not give Harry Potter the chance to create a Patronus using his reaction. With such determination burning in his chest, Severus Snape smirked to himself and got ready for the day. Dumbledore was told by Snape that the potion would be ready by the end of the week, and Dumbledore had been very happy. From that time onwards his mind had started wandering. Whose family did Lily belong to? He knew in his family there were no squibs, but then his mother was a Muggle-born, and perhaps there may be something in that. Perhaps Harry was related to him. On that thought assailing him, Dumbledore became very much excited. He slowly calmed down later, but the thoughts of the Saturday and potions were never far away all that week, and on Saturday, he also woke in a suppressed state of excitement. He had initially been very curious about Harry, but slowly, he had come to like the boy very much. Harry intrigued him and made him think, especially about his confidence and his very clear thinking and dynamic actions, but he realized that he also liked the boy a lot and would not mind him as a relative. The morning slowly arrived for Snape, Harry and Dumbledore. Snape and Dumbledore got up very early that morning and were one of the first ones to come to the Great Hall. "Good morning, Severus," Dumbledore said cheerily. "Today is the big day where we will once and for all put an end to all this Muggle-born discrimination." "I am very happy, Severus." Snape sneered, but kept quiet. McGonagall though was curious. "For the children, Albus, yes. This will hopefully stop all the dogmatic opinions that most purebloods seem to favor." Dumbledore nodded and then smiled widely again. "I am wondering if I will be related to anyone here. I would like to be related to Harry. He is the child I know best among all children in the school and he is a delightful child." Snape almost laughed outright at that. Delightful child was something he would not use with Harry. But then, to be fair to Dumbledore, Snape knew much more about Harry than Dumbledore, well, this time at least. Instead he sneered. "I also thought about just who may be related to whom. While I could care less about whom Potter is related to, I sincerely hope Lily will be related to someone decent. Not any of the Death Eaters or the Blacks or any Slytherin, in fact." Dumbledore simply stared at Snape, before he blinked once and looked away. He was shocked. Snape was speaking almost normally about Lily. In the past years, Dumbledore had never heard Snape utter the word Lily, after Snape met him in his office, shortly after Lily's death. The last 13 years, Dumbledore could count on one hand how many times Snape would have spoken of Lily and mentioned her by name. And yet, today, Snape was talking normally about her as he would about Minerva or someone else. Dumbledore was amazed and decided not to comment on it and draw Snape's attention, lest he went back to his old ways, where he suffered as much as he Dumbledore did with the fallout with Grindelwald. Dumbledore's eyes clouded for a minute, before he shrugged off memories that still had the power to hurt him, decades after they happened, and smiled at Snape and Minerva. "Oh, I would not mind a Slytherin who is not working for Voldemort, Severus. I only hope whoever it may be would treat him as family. He has Sirius and Remus as well, but this would be blood family, and if they are above suspicion, we could ask them to stay with Harry for a few weeks in the holidays, so that the blood protection he lost because of not staying at the Dursleys can be negated." "I thought he was well protected here?" Snape asked him, with a frown. "He is, but at Privet Drive, there was a blood protection that came from Lily's blood, Severus. That was powerful, and to have such a protection would be wonderful. Harry is safe at Grimmauld Place though, do not worry," Dumbledore told him and smiled as he watched the sneer flash on Snape's face. "Worry? About Harry Potter? Dumbledore, you are joking surely," Snape told him and turned away as the doors of the Great Hall opened and students walked in, all of them in a suppressed state of excitement. The professors too, were very excited as well, and after breakfast, they started with the potion, deciding to call from the 7th year and go year by year, and they called out names one by one, and slowly they finished with the 7th years, and came to the 6th years and worked their way down. Snape was using his occlumency to the fullest when Harry's name came closer and closer, and then suddenly it was Harry's turn. "Potter, Harry," McGonagall called, and Snape watched as Harry stood up smartly and walked very coolly to the staff table and take the potion and let a drop of blood fall onto the parchments. Snape and Dumbledore watched with fascination and then were completely shocked and taken aback when they saw the name of Morgana Prince. Harry was related to a Slytherin, and that Slytherin was none other than Severus Snape. Dumbledore could not believe his eyes that had become wide with shock and his mouth open and hanging rather unattractively. Snape in the meantime had watched intently as the names appeared with threads shooting up and down between the names, and saw the name that had separated from the wizarding family and gone into the Muggle world because she was not accepted there. Morgana Prince. One of his ancestors from his own family had turned away one child because she could not do magic. And Lily was descended from her, and Harry was her son. Lily was related to him, Snape. And Snape after that thought could not think. He looked at Harry in total shock and staggered back and abruptly sat down on a chair, his mind completely at a standstill and unable to work. That was when Harry looked at them and started laughing. Their expressions were too funny and he could just not help it and let himself go. A minute later he calmed himself, thinking it was certainly a Patronus moment, perhaps he could cast even two. He would taunt Snape with this. "Sir, what is the matter? Is this Morgana prince related to Voldemort or one of his Death Eaters?" He asked Dumbledore, who choked again, and Snape made a strangulated noise that could have been anything from indignation to horror. Harry, feeling he deserved a medal for his acting skills, was now showing slight fear and concern, instead of the laughter. "You and Professor Snape looked so funny, but then I realized that both of you were shocked, and sir, it is a bit scary." Please tell me which family this is, sir." "Harry, we will talk after this work is finished. I was slightly shocked. I was in fact hoping you would be related to me," he said, smiling, and now it was Harry who choked and coughed. Merlin. Dumbledore thought he would be related to him. A second later though, Harry smiled, much moved by that revelation, his green eyes very brilliantly shining in his face. "Thank you, sir," he said softly, and smiled when Dumbledore beamed at him. He knew Dumbledore loved him, even the last time Dumbledore had loved him as his own. The difference of opinion they had was in his manipulations, where Harry differed in a few decisions, mainly relating to Snape. "That's okay, Harry. You have a new family now and they are as good as you can get. We will talk later. Come to my office as soon as this is over, will you? I will keep this parchment with me for now and give it to you later. Now run to your friends. They are beginning to look anxious," and smiled once more as Harry nodded and ran off. Snape was still to speak a word. His black eyes were wide in his face and he had begun to turn blue before he remembered to breathe. Harry grinned to himself. Snape had never expected this, not in a million years. He was still reeling with shock. Harry went to Hermione and sat down next to her. She had stopped crying, but there were still traces of her fear on her face, that she may have been related to some truly horrible person, and she merely squeezed Harry's hand and looked at him. "I'll tell you later. It's some family not very well known, apparently. Dumbledore wants me to meet him after this. I'll know then, I think. He'll probably try and contact the ministry to see if there are living relatives now, I suppose." She nodded and they turned to the staff table. Snape had got up and was now calling the rest of the names. He did not look at Harry and Dumbledore, but simply went on with his task. Slowly all the Muggleborns and half-blood children finished with taking the potion and having their parchments done, and Dumbledore dismissed everyone and walked out, looking at Harry, smiling and nodding his head. Snape was walking behind Dumbledore and was looking straight ahead with a huge scowl on his face. Harry grinned to himself and stood up, and started walking towards Dumbledore and soon joined him and Snape. Snape walked in complete silence and Harry followed suit, but Dumbledore had apparently got over his shock, and was softly humming to himself. They reached the gargoyle and after a cheery cockroach clusters, all three of them went up the stairs to Dumbledore's office and seated themselves. Dumbledore conjured tea, sandwiches, and cakes, handed them around and looked at Harry, who was munching on a sandwich and sipping his tea in great unconcern. Snape on the other hand was now softly growling to himself and muttering things to himself. Suddenly he looked up at Dumbledore. "I wish to speak to him alone for a second, headmaster. If you will give me permission." Snape trailed off, looking at Dumbledore in the eye. Dumbledore looked deeply into Snape's eyes and then sighed and slowly nodded. "You can take the conference room, Severus." Snape was already shaking his head. "No, Dumbledore, I will take him down to the potions office or lab. In fact, if you will give me permission, I will flow down with him from here." "Sir?" Harry asked hesitantly and gulped as both of them looked at him, one smiling and the other scowling. "Is there something wrong in the parchment, sir? Is my mother related to a Death Eater or Voldemort or someone like that?" he asked as Dumbledore choked on the Death Eater and Snape glared at him. "You will know in a minute, Potter, as soon as the headmaster gives us permission to leave," Snape told him softly. His anger all but vanished from his face and Dumbledore was once again struck at the change in Snape. He was smiling rather nastily and his black eyes were glinting with suppressed anger. Dumbledore was quite worried. "Perhaps, Severus, both of us should speak to Harry," Dumbledore managed to say, before he was cut off abruptly by Snape. "You need not worry, headmaster. I will take care of Potter and we will both come and meet you once I finish talking to him. You must grant me this," Snape told Dumbledore, who sighed again and slowly nodded his head, looking at Harry and smiling at him. Harry was looking very worried by now, and so was Dumbledore, but Snape was very, very calm, a fact that worried Dumbledore even more. "Both of you will come here after you have finished with him, I hope, Severus?" Dumbledore asked him, standing up and walking towards Snape, who was already near the fireplace, his hands going to the flow powder. Harry also stood up and walked quietly to the fireplace and stepped into the fire after Snape with the words, "Potions office, after Snape." The last thing he saw was a worried and yet slightly smiling Dumbledore standing there looking at him. Harry stepped off the fire and followed Snape into his chambers and waited for Snape to extensively ward his already warded to the brim chambers, and watched Snape close the fireplace and turn towards him. Harry had in the meantime thrown himself on a sofa and, seeing Snape's grim expression, started to laugh. Snape stood there, his hands folded tightly against his chest, and waited for Harry to stop laughing. Harry laughed for a good 3 minutes. "Your face, Snape. It was hilarious. I never had so much fun. And Dumbledore looks ugly with his mouth open and hanging with all his face hair getting into it." Have you quite finished?" Snape asked him chillingly. Harry smiled and nodded his head. The next second, "How dare you? How dare you not tell me that Lily was related to me? Did you not think I would have loved to know? How could you keep something like this from me?" And Snape threw a water hex that hit Harry's face with a strong jet of water and almost choked him. Harry hurriedly cast the drying charm on himself, coughed and spat out the water from his mouth and turned to Snape. "I knew you would know anyway. I wanted to see your face, Snape, and I am not disappointed." What remains is when Dumbledore calls Sirius and Remus and tells them this. Can you imagine the scene? Harry started laughing again. Snape went and sat down opposite Harry and looked at him with disdain. "Lily knew about this?" he asked abruptly. Harry stopped laughing. Yes, and she was very thrilled and slightly upset that she had not known before. "Did I speak to her? Why won't you tell me, Potter? At least let me go and speak to her now. Activate that portrait for me." Harry simply gaped at him. Was this Snape or someone else, he wondered. Snape was talking to him as a friend, and it simply took Harry's breath away. Okay, so it was a rather petulant friend who was demanding information from him, but the casualness of Snape's speech was nothing short of amazing to Harry. "You know you can't, Snape. It is simply not advisable. Mum would want Dad's portrait to be activated at once, not to mention she and Dad would ask me how I could access the vault and how I knew the password. I could not tell them. My dad would tell Sirius and Remus, and that's not on. I did not want you to know, remember. Only you found out by a stroke of luck. I don't need their lectures and advices, not to mention the arguments, Snape. We are coming on nicely, and let me get Voldemort, then I'll unlock Mum's portrait for you and you could chat with her for as long as you like. But not now, please." Snape was quiet a long moment. "There is something you are not telling me, Potter." "What is it?" he asked conversationally, seating himself opposite Harry. Harry snorted inelegantly. "Of course I'm not telling you stuff, Snape. I'm not telling you a lot of things. As it is, I have changed too much, I feel at times. I only hope all this will not change the original timeline and create so many unknowns that I flounder and fail in my task. Please understand, Snape. I'll tell you everything slowly. As it is, only you know so much, not even Sirius and Remus know. Please don't kick up a fuss." Snape was silent, thinking over Harry's words, and Harry continued. "You never guessed, did you? You staggered, Snape, staggered and looked so unsnape. It was shocking, truly." Snape sneered at Harry grin. "No, I did not guess, Potter. I don't think of your mother as a relation like this." He stopped abruptly, realizing what he had said, and stood up. "Time to go to Dumbledore's office and speak to him. I will tell him I've told you and back me there." "All right, then come on." And Snape turned and walked away, hiding his face that had become quite flushed and embarrassed. Harry was taken aback. Snape had almost revealed his true feelings regarding his mother, and Harry himself flushed with embarrassment for a minute, not knowing how to react to something like this from Snape of all people. Fortunately for him, Snape went away embarrassed himself, if his flushed face was anything to go by. Harry smiled and stood up and followed Snape quietly, and soon flowed along with Snape to Dumbledore's office and met a visibly relieved Dumbledore, who beamed at Harry's accomplishment to come back with a personal meeting with Severus Snape in one shape and good cheer as a bonus as well. Well, Harry, has Severus told you about who the Prince family are? Dumbledore asked him. Yes, sir. I am related to the brilliant professor, sir. Harry told Dumbledore, wide-eyed, and smiled as Dumbledore chucked. Brilliant is correct, Harry. Severus is one of the best potions master in all of Wizarding Britain and indeed in the entire Wizarding world. Yes, sir. Harry said smartly and stole a glance at a Snape who was pressing his lips together, trying to seal his lips from uttering profanities that would only get him a reproachful look and a few well-chosen words from Dumbledore, and one more thing for that blasted boy to snigger over. Harry grinned widely and Snape went blue in the face. Sir, Professor Snape's not breathing, look. Harry told Dumbledore innocently and grinned at Snape when Dumbledore turned to Snape in alarm. Will you shut up, Potter? Dumbledore, I am fine and I have told Potter about my family. I think he may have understood. Snape finished with a sneer at Harry, who nodded and smiled back at Snape. The sneer vanished abruptly and a scowl replaced that. Dumbledore looked at Harry's smiling face and Snape's scowling one and suddenly wanted to laugh very badly. He sent both of them away, asking Snape to come and see him later, and let out a huge guffaw the moment the doors closed behind Harry and Snape. Dumbledore was truly amused. Even if Harry was not his relative, he had the very best guardian there was. Snape may be rude and short with Harry, but Dumbledore knew he would die to protect Harry, and that was all that mattered, and who knew, he may even come to care for the child. After all, Dumbledore already did. Harry and Snape left his office and walked down. Harry cast a privacy bubble. What should I tell everyone? I never asked you in between all the laughing. Snape rolled his eyes, actually rolled his eyes. Such human emotions from him, Harry thought in wonder before he shook himself and listened to Snape, who was saying something. You may tell them the truth. I will not be able to conceal this from Lucius and others, and I will pretend to dislike you more from now on, because if the Dark Lord comes and I have to go back, I would need to stay as far as I can from you. Otherwise, he will just ask me to bring you to him. Harry nodded. Don't be too mean. Give me detentions when I need to talk to you, or you need to tell me something. I am going to write to Sirius and Remus right now, and then I'll go and talk to Hermione. Speak to Dumbledore and arrange to be in his office when Sirius and Remus will come. This is your chance to get a Patronus moment. Snape did not answer, but his eyes glittered, and Harry knew wild horses and blast-ended scutes would not keep Snape away from that meeting. Go right to them now. They will come by breakfast tomorrow, was all he said, before he turned towards the dungeons, and Harry went to the library to seek out Hermione and Neville and tell them whom he was related to. They were not in the library, and Harry took out his map and saw they were by the lake along with Draco, Pansy and Blaise. He put his map away and ran to the lake and hugged Hermione as she threw herself on him. Oh, Harry, I have been so afraid. Whom have you been related to? She asked him. Welcome to the family, Hermione. Harry told her, smiling broadly. You are also related to Draco's mother. She is Sirius's cousin. Draco looked a bit green at this information. Who are you related to? Us, he asked hopefully. He did not mind Hermione, but he really did not want anyone to be related to him, and if anyone must be related to a Malfoy, Draco felt Harry was best. No, I am related to Snape. He was blue in the face, Draco. I think he was fighting with Dumbledore that he made the potion wrong. Harry rolled his eyes. Snape. Hermione was sufficiently impressed and horrified, while Draco looked jealous. Harry had to be related to Snape of all people. Why not the Malfoys, he thought unreasonably. Malfoys were so much better, and look whom he was to acknowledge as family apart from Hermione. Perhaps he did get the potion wrong. I think so too, Draco told him sulkily. Hey, you are not feeling bad because Hermione's vaguely related to you, are you? Draco shook his head, but turned a bit pink. Hermione giggled and laughed outright when Draco's face turned red from pink. Oh, Harry, Draco and Mr. Malfoy are related to the Creevies. You know Colin Creevey, the photo mad boy. That's who, and Draco almost fainted when he heard that. Harry bit his lips to stop joining in Hermione's laughter. And you guys? The Parkinson family is related to some dull 6th-year girl, and Zabini are related to 2 boys in 7th year. She recited sadly, while Blaise shrugged unconcernedly. He was really not bothered like Draco and Pansy, really. What did it matter? It was not as if they would come and live with them. Not the end of the world, surely. Did he scold you badly? Neville asked him. He had no relatives in the school and he was watching all this around him, rather impassively, only coming to life, when Harry told them he was related to Snape. Harry shook his head. Not really. He was shocked and he surely did not like it much, I think. I am glad I have Sirius and Remus for me. Harry told there and changed the topic. I will be writing to Sirius about Snape being related to me and also about you and Colin. Want to add anything? He asked her as she shook her head, her eyes wide. No, just say I'm happy I'm related to him. That's all. Harry and his friends went to the library where Harry wrote a short letter to Sirius and went to the Ollery to send it. He reached it and spotting Hedwig, petted her a bit and tied his letter and told her to take it to Sirius and Remus and walked back to the library, grinning and smirking in anticipation of the fireworks that Hogwarts would witness the next day. He spent the rest of the day talking with Hermione and a very sulky Draco Malfoy had already written to his father about his Muggle relations. While Draco did not mind Hermione, he became livid with anger and horror as he thought of Colin Creevey. And the worst thing was the fact that both of them were Gryffindors. Why could he not be related to someone in Ravenclaw or Harry, if it had to be someone from Gryffindor? Draco was very jealous indeed as he sat there fuming about the dirty fates. Snape. Harry was related to Snape of all people. Snape was nice and all that, but he was not in the Malfoy family league. But then the Malfoy family league had taken quite a beating when Colin Creevey was added to their family. Hogwarts was raging that day with purebloods dismayed with the extra baggage they had collected, almost all of them pretty unhappy with their lot. The Slytherins and Ravenclaws were in particular displeased to see the Muggleborns who were in Hogwarts and even a few who still had no magical children and still lived in the Muggle world as Muggles, without knowing they belonged to the magical world once upon a time, added to their family. It was so insulting they felt. The parents and the press turned out the next day. Owls had been sent to all the parents informing them about the potion and also inviting them to the school so that they could see the result of the potion for themselves. The press headed by Rita Skeeter came gushing and eager to know all details and try and find if they could poke any holes into the whole thing. All the parents were ushered into the great hall and the teachers stood on either side of the headmaster as parents. Ministry officials and reporters came eagerly and waited for Dumbledore to speak about the potion and the results. The Malfoys along with a lot of other pureblood families were there glaring at everyone and looking very displeased. Draco letter and its contents had reached Lucius, apparently. 2 other people stormed in, looking furious as well. Sirius and Remus. That morning had started well for Sirius. He had woken up early, thinking about the potion results and had like so many others been planning to go over to Hogwarts to see the results being announced that day. He was hoping Harry would be related to him, that would make Harry officially his family. He thought of Harry as his family already, as the child he never had and perhaps may never have either, and if Lily was related to the Blacks it would be nothing short of magnificent, really. What do you think, Remus? He asked the quiet man, who was making breakfast for them. About what? About Lily's family, what else? Sirius asked impatiently. Today's the day, we'll know. Wistfully he added, Harry would have known yesterday. I hope he's related to me, Remy. Sirius finished softly, longing in his eyes. Remus smiled, but did not say anything. Sirius was simply thinking out aloud. Remus though thought differently. If he knew Harry, Remus felt that he would have himself related to some spectacular person no one would have thought of. But he did not say it and allowed Sirius to dream. They ate in silence afterwards and Sirius was just finishing the cleaning up when Hedwig sailed in through the window and landed on the table, holding her leg out. Remus had gone out of the kitchen and Sirius suddenly sat down very nervous and excited. He knew it was from Harry and he was so excited that he could not think straight for a second. Then, his hands trembling, Sirius slowly removed the letter and opened it. Dear Sirius and Remus, I took my potion today and found out who Mum was related to. I am so happy, Sirius, that I am related to him, because he is so clever and intelligent. Yes, Sirius, you have got it right in one. It's Professor Snape. And Sirius, you won't believe who is related to you. It's Hermione and she wants to say she's happy about it too. See you guys in school tomorrow. Harry. Sirius looked at the short note in disbelief. It was a prank, surely. Sirius sat still for a second and then feverishly, He took out his wand and started casting many spells to check the authenticity of the note. It was unfortunately for Sirius very authentic, and there seemed no spell that could tell him it was a prank. Sirius was stunned at the betrayal he was feeling with Lily. Sirius banged his head on the table and swore aloud, of all people in the whole wide world, Lily had to go and to be related to Snape. Snape. It had to be the sniveling git she was related to, and that was just too bad and completely unacceptable. And Harry was thrilled and happy. What was wrong with that boy? Sirius crumpled the note and threw it on the table. He had not even noticed Hermione being related to him, and at that moment he would not have cared. He gnashed his teeth and in a rage took a plate from the table and threw it against the wall. It smashed with a very satisfying sound, and Sirius grit his teeth again and threw a few more plates at the wall. Snape would be unbearable. One thing Lily had never spoken to James, or anyone for that matter, had been her friendship with Snape. He knew James had been very curious and terribly jealous about it, and he had fumed about Snape for hours. Even after they were going out, Lily never spoke about Snape, and the first time James and all of them had laughed about Snape the Death Eater, she had looked stormily at James and strode off. James had to literally beg his way into her good graces, and from then on, Snape was a word never spoken in her presence. Though that had not stopped them from hexing him whenever they met him, Sirius grinned in a feral manner as he remembered James had been wounded and very envious that Lily would not hear them joking about a Death Eater, and a stinking git in Sirius's opinion. In 7th year, their fights with Snape had been very fierce, though they took care to see that Lily never knew that they even met Snape outside of classes, let alone fought with him. Snape had also not spoken a word about Lily to anyone in the school as far as Sirius knew, after they had broken up the night their owls had ended, all because Snape had called Lily a mudblood. Sirius grinned as he remembered that night. He and the others were underneath James's invisibility cloak, seeing the friendship that had given James so many sleepless nights come to an end. It was Snape's fault, for calling Lily a name she had hated with such intensity, and James had rejoiced. She had been awfully quiet for the rest of that year and all of 6th. Burying into her schoolwork and hardly talking to others and becoming completely withdrawn. In their 7th year, James and Lily had been made head boy and head girl, and their duties had thrown them together. Slowly James had managed to thaw the girl whom he had been hopelessly in love with, and it had been after Christmas that they had had their first date. Sirius was lost in nostalgia, as he remembered the panic James had indulged in for a week, before that day when he would finally take Lily out. Somehow from then that romance had grown in leaps and bounds. James had been thrilled and had lived with his head in the clouds and his feet not touching the ground for the rest of their school year. Then he had proposed and Lily had accepted at once, and then that was that. They had got married and then had Harry, and then, Sirius's eyes darkened as he remembered what happened next. Sirius, are you ready? Hey, what happened here? And why are you standing like this, when we should be leaving for Hogwarts? Remus had just come in and was shocked to see plates smashed and in pieces and Sirius standing with such a vengeful expression on his face. Just read this, Remy. Wah. Oh. Remus saw the letter and smoothed the badly crumpled letter and started reading, and his eyes widened in disbelief as he finished the short note. How? He stammered. How can this be? Lily was related to Snape of all people. How? Sirius glared at Remus and scowled. I don't know, but I'm sure Snivelus has had something to do with this. Come on, let's go and find out. And Remus, I'm assuring you, I am going to make his face as greasy as his hair. And Dawn, T asked me how. You watch, Remy. Just see how I'm going to do this. I'm going to kill him. That's the best thing. I'll kill him and go to Azkaban, and you take care of Harry. Sirius shouted, his rage overtaking him once more. Sirius, have you become insane? Stop this nonsense at once. Remus shouted, shaking Sirius and shocking him out of his helpless rage. Huh, what the hell? Sirius glared at Remus, who was looking very worried. Sirius, calm down. We're going to Hogwarts anyway and we'll see there, okay? Just don't get yourself into knots and hurt Harry, for heaven's sake. That'll do us no good. Harry says he likes Snape. Tread carefully, old boy, and don't lose Harry because of your anger. Remus told him, trying to put some sense into Sirius, who was looking wild and his eyes were furious as he heard Remus reason it out. If James had been alive, Sirius stopped there and looked at Remus. That was the point. James would not have accepted this at all. Both friends knew that. Sirius and Remus knew was that James was terribly jealous of Snape, who in his opinion, was still protected by Lily. That was something he could not stand, and his hate-jealousy of Snape had never diminished. This was something Harry had not known, because James and Sirius had never discussed Snape in any capacity except to degrade him in front of Harry in the other life. Now Sirius felt that he was letting his friends and his brother in every way's memory by even thinking of Snape as Harry's relation. He knew how devastated James would be, if he, Sirius, was feeling this way. Along with his anger was also a deep disappointment that ripped his gut. Harry was not related to the Blacks. He would be only Sirius's godson and not his blood relative. Sirius felt like changing into Padfoot and howling loud and long and then rushing off to bite Snape's nose off his face. For a moment, Sirius pictured Snape without a nose and grinned, alarming Remus, who was watching the emotions fly across his friend's face. Sirius looked at Remus and shook his head. "Come on, we have to go." And looking down at the note, he finally registered something that had been written. "Sirius, Hermione is related to you. Did you read that at all?" "What? Where? Has Harry written that as well?" Sirius held out his hand for the note and Remus rolled his eyes and handed it over. Sirius reread the letter and smiled slightly before he frowned again. But he was more or less calm now. Remus was apprehensive now and he looked at Sirius, who had apparently calmed down and sighed. He wondered what would happen at the school. He only hoped Sirius would not say the wrong words and push Harry away. He turned to Sirius as they walked to the fireplace, intending to flow to the 3 broomsticks and walk from there. He did not say a word, knowing his friend well, it would only make him more stubborn. Remus was shocked himself, but he could deal with it. If Snape was really Harry's blood relative and Harry was happy as he had said so in the letter, Remus could and would accept it. He only hoped Sirius would see sense. This was not something Harry or even Snape chose, and to snarl and smash things would not help, it would only make Harry move away. Remus sincerely hoped that would not be the case. That would break Sirius and he would not want it either. He sighed as he threw the flow powder and stepped into it. They stepped out of the flow and joined a large number of parents walking to the school, talking excitedly among themselves. Sirius and Remus walked fast in grim silence and soon reached the gates of the school and jostled along with the others and entered the great hall, Sirius sweeping his eyes over to the head table and snarling, startling a couple who looked at him in fear and tried to move away. Remus placed a calming hand on Sirius, warning him by pressing his hand slightly, and Sirius reluctantly subsided, and contented himself with simply glaring at Snape, who was talking to Dumbledore. At the appointed time Dumbledore straightened and turned a beaming face towards the eager, anxious and angry parents and expectant news reporters and disbelieving ministry representatives. "Welcome, parents. Yesterday was truly a remarkable day in our world. We have, with the assistance of the potions master Severus Snape, who is also the head of Slytherin House, prepared the ancestry potion that has revealed the magical relation of every Muggle-born student. The ancestry potion, which is extremely expensive to brew, was made possible by the contributions our students and teachers. Harry Potter contributed the most, and it was his idea that has come to fruition today. He had some time last year, read an article about this, and acting upon it, requested Professor Snape to brew the potion for him, and the rest, as they say, is history." Dumbledore beamed as he looked around, and his twinkle increased as he saw the 2 glowering faces in the crowd. Yesterday the potion was administered to all out Muggleborn and half-blood students. All of them had a wizarding family in their ancestors who for one reason or other had moved to the Muggle world and made it their home, completely forgetting the world that they had once been a part of. All the students have been provided with a copy of their ancestry, and we will hand over another copy to the Ministry of Magic. Here in the Great Hall, the professors have also posted lists for everyone to see the names of the students tested and the wizarding families to which they have been found to have belonged to at one time. Lists are posted all over the Great Hall, and all of you may take your time to peruse it. Thank you. Dumbledore beamed as the parents moved to the lists, which were posted all around the Great Hall, except 2 of them who were determinedly moving towards the head table. Sirius and Remus were pushing through the crowds and walking as swiftly as they could towards Dumbledore, who was beaming at them, inwardly laughing at their expressions. Sirius looked so fierce and Remus looked very worried. Dumbledore turned to his side to see Snape smirking at them, and noticing Dumbledore watching him, he raised his eyebrow, and, "I would like to sit in on this, Dumbledore, when they would speak to you about my relative," he said softly. Dumbledore stared at Snape. Snape wanted to see Sirius and Remus livid, furious and helpless. He could understand that. But was he just acknowledging Harry as his relative? Lily as his relative? Dumbledore was absolutely stunned, and it was with great effort that he refrained from saying anything and nodded his head. All the others in the Great Hall were now looking eagerly at the lists and talking hard. Certain pure bloods like the Malfoys, Parkinsons and others looked disdainfully at the rest, and Lucius Malfoy looked at the head table and caught Snape's eye and nodded. "Lucius is calling me, Dumbledore. I will meet him and come to your office later, and I will bring Potter with me." Snape murmured softly and started walking down, waiting only for Dumbledore to slightly incline his head in agreement, before he stepped down to meet the parents and talk to them. All the professors were there moving around, and Dumbledore met with the ministry officials and the reporters who caught on to him and answered questions with his own inimitable style. Meanwhile, Snape had just stepped out of the crowded hall and met Lucius, who was standing there. "Severus," Lucius said softly, "how are you?" he asked with a mild sneer, and his lips curled in disdain. "I am fine, Lucius. How are you and Narcissa? Is she well? You did not bring her?" he asked. Lucius shook his head in silence and walked a little further away, leading Snape away from the Great Hall. Snape smiled as he followed Lucius, his eyes slightly amused as he thought of just who was related to Lucius Malfoy. Snape himself was very much confused about his being related to Lily. He had wanted to be related, of course, but not like this. Still, Snape thought a tad morosely, it was probably better than nothing else. He wondered what Harry was not telling him. Something to do with him and Lily, he knew. What had Lily actually said when she had known? If Snape knew, then he would feel so much better, even if she did not like it very much, because it would only show that she was still angry with him for not choosing her and instead going out with the Death Eaters. "Severus, you were miles away." Lucius's voice brought him down to earth. He mentally shook himself and smiled at Lucius. "Yes, I was. What a mess inside the Great Hall, isn't there?" Lucius Malfoy snarled. "Whatever made you do this, Severus? Did you make it right, my friend?" At Snape's face turning indignant, Lucius smiled humorlessly, his eyes very frustrated. "Severus, do you know whom I am related to? If you do, then surely you will not look at me so. And do you know whom I am related to, Lucius? Harry Potter, of all people in the whole wide world. When I knew, I almost fainted." Snape let bitterness glaze his tone. "Harry Bloody Potter, that's who, and I was wondering if I had made the potion properly myself, but I did, Lucius, very much so." Lucius Malfoy sighed at the bitterness in Snape's voice. He would have loved to be related to Harry Potter. That would have worked for him, if the Dark Lord would return or if he did not, but Snape was probably thinking about only James Potter and was already hating Harry Potter and being related to him, even when he had a crush on Lily. But Snape was perfectly capable of accepting Lily and discarding Harry as a good Slytherin would, Lucius knew. A small smile found its way out for the first time after he received Draco's note today morning. "What did Dumbledore say?" Lucius asked, curious. Snape growled. "The loon that he is, he had the nerve to say I had family now." Family. And family was James Potter's son, of all people. What a joke. As if I would accept him as a prince. I told him that I would never accept the son of my enemy as family, and Potter, both senior and junior, could go to hell. Dumbledore sighed and hummed and hawed in resignation, "But I think he'll let me be." Snape finished with pride and satisfaction in his voice. Lucius snorted in sheer exasperation. "Severus, you are amazing. What would you have done, if the blasted Creevies were related to you? You were lucky it was only Potter. I wish Potter had been related to the Malfoys. It would have worked well for me." Snape darted a swift glance at Lucius and retained his expressionless face, though he was snorting inside too. Lucius would have preened with Harry now, and if the Dark Lord returned, Snape knew he would not have hesitated to hand over Harry to the Dark Lord too. He looked at Lucius and said very softly, "I have to go and meet Dumbledore. The number of times he calls me, sometimes I feel he still doubts me after all the trouble I have taken to tell him I have well and truly changed." "Shish. We can never be too careful, Severus. He replied in a low voice. Snape nodded and shook his hands with Lucius and walked away from the man and went towards the headmaster's office. Lucius turned back to leave for his home, as if he would stay to meet the creepies or whatever their names were. He had no relations apart from those he was willing to acknowledge, and for him that was enough. He wanted no more relations, especially not those who were Muggleborns. Suddenly another thought came to him and he turned and almost ran back. Severus, he called as Snape was just beginning to climb the stairs. Snape turned and walked back to where Lucius was coming swiftly towards him. I don't want to go back into the mess that is the Great Hall and meet the creepies. Snape grinned at that name, but did not correct Lucius as he was looking very peeved every time he thought of the creepies, apparently. But I would like to know if Bellatrix is related to some Muggleborn. Narcissa would feel happy, he finished. Oh, dear, Bellatrix is related very much to a Muggleborn. Remember Potter's friend Hermione Granger? Well, she is related to Black and Bellatrix and Narcissa as well. Lucius scowled and nodding to Snape left Hogwarts, and Snape turned around and walked towards the headmaster's office, snapping for an elf as he turned the corner and away from Lucius's eyes. Ask Harry Potter to come at once to the headmaster's office. He told the elf and walked on briskly, thinking about Lucius and the upcoming scene with Sirius and Remus. He reached the gargoyle and waited for Harry to come. Harry came running and screeched to a halt and was about to say something, when Snape's eyes warned him to stay silent. Harry smiled at Snape and stood by his side. Cockroach clusters, Snape said sourly and led the way inside and silently pointed out a chair for Harry to sit and took the chair next to Harry. Sirius and Remus pushed and jostled their way to Dumbledore and waited to speak to him. Dumbledore noticed them and smiled at them but was not able to tear away for some time. Dumbledore, Sirius started and Dumbledore smiled at him. Not now, Sirius. I am busy answering reporters and will meet you later in my office. Perhaps you will wait by the gargoyle and I will come as soon as possible. He said and turned away. Sirius stared at him for a second before he felt he was walking backwards and realized Remus was dragging him, and he turned reluctantly and left for the headmaster's office and waited there impatiently for Dumbledore to come. They did not know the password and so they were unable to join Snape and Harry, who were already seated in the office. Sirius and Remus sat down by the gargoyle and waited. Dumbledore spent the whole day answering questions, noting that Snape had not come back. Hermione Granger was searching for Harry and also for Sirius, perhaps. Both of them were not anywhere in the Great Hall and Dumbledore was impatient to join them and see the fireworks, especially when Snape would call Harry his relative and Sirius would splutter and foam at the mouth with rage. He, however, moved around answering questions from one and all, with a wide smile on his face. It was almost afternoon before the bulk of the parents left Hogwarts, with the parchments they were given by their children, and the pureblood families left as well, some of them happily chatting with their newfound blood relations and others completely ignoring their long-lost Muggleborn relatives. Finally Dumbledore was free and he left for his office to see Sirius and Remus sitting by the gargoyle. He smiled and called out to them. Sirius, Remus, how are you? Come, he added, seeing Sirius open his mouth. Let us go to my office and discuss whatever you wish to ask me. And led the way silently. Sirius and Remus followed and Dumbledore opened the door, to see Snape and Harry sitting silently. Snape was sitting next to Harry. Sirius, who came next, saw them and gave a strangled cry and took out his wand. Snape heard the noise and stood up so fast Harry was astounded at his reflexes. Snape quickly flicked his wand, silently, just in time as Sirius flicked his wand equally silently. A flash of red burst from Sirius's wand and hit the shield Snape had thrown up, the moment he heard the noise, and rebounded and hit Sirius. A second later, Sirius was hanging upside down, his robes falling down his shoulders. He was shouting, but only muffled sounds could be heard in the silence as Harry, Dumbledore and Remus looked on in astonishment, and Snape was smirking. Severus, please let Sirius down, Dumbledore told him a minute later, and Snape flicked his wand again and Sirius fell on the ground. He got up a bit unsteadily and struggled with his robes and glared at Snape, his wand held high. Snape was ready too, and Harry sighed and came and stood between Snape and Sirius. Harry, you are not to come between us. I will not allow you to be hurt by that thing. Move, Snape told Harry smoothly, his black eyes glittering in laughter. Harry scowled and then sighed once again. Snape was taking it too far, but Harry could not blame him. It was his fault. He had actually given Snape the idea the day before. "Please, Professor Snape. Sirius meant no harm. Please don't attack him," Harry told him, pleading all the while with his eyes. Snape looked into Harry's eyes and stepped back, his shield still in place and his wand still held alertly, ready for anything. "He can't attack me, Harry. You just step back and I'll show you how it's done," Sirius told him, his eyes hungry to hex Snape. "How it's done? But for that you are missing two of your group, Black," Snape told him, his voice still smooth, but now with a very dangerous undercurrent. Sirius leapt and was caught by Remus, who pulled him back, and Dumbledore, who clapped his hand loudly. "There is a child here and I think none of you are setting an example to him. Come and sit down and let us discuss this like adults." Sirius reluctantly obeyed the power in Dumbledore's voice and sat down. Harry went to sit with Sirius, but Snape pulled him back and silently gestured to a chair next to him. Sirius was about to say something, but Dumbledore cleared his throat and he subsided, and glared at Snape. "Has this potion been brewed properly?" "Yes indeed, Sirius. It has been. I have complete faith in Severus's potion-making skills." Sirius was silent, not knowing how to proceed. Harry took matters into his hand and spoke softly. "Sirius, I am happy I am related to Professor Snape. You know I admire him so. You do not wish for that? Then it is no problem. I will not talk to Professor Snape outside of potions, okay?" Sirius looked up at that, stunned at what Harry was saying. Harry would give up his relationship to Snape for Sirius's sake. He opened his mouth to agree and Remus's warning came to his mind. If he agreed, Harry would obey, but it would hurt Harry, and Sirius stopped the words that wanted to rush out and sighed, running his hand through his hair. "Is this potion really brewed properly, Albus?" he asked again, not knowing what to say. Dumbledore nodded, not saying a word. Sirius sighed again and turned to Snape. "Hurt him and I'll kill you and go back to Azkaban. That's a promise," he said very softly and extremely menacingly, and stood up. "Harry, we are not friends. I think you know that by now. But I'll not stop you from interacting with Snape, if he wants it and if you want it too." Harry ran from his chair and hugged Sirius, very relieved and moved that Sirius would give in like this. It showed how much he cared for Harry, once again, and Harry felt very warm inside indeed. Snape had not uttered a word and simply looked on, his face inscrutable. Dumbledore was beaming at Sirius's words and Remus was smiling, looking very relieved. Sirius stormed back to Grimmauld Place, followed by Remus, and threw himself on a chair and stared moodily in front of him. "Why?" he asked Remus, who had come in behind him and sat down opposite Sirius. "Why?" Remus thought as he looked at his friend, who was staring at him as if he would provide all the answers. It had taken an awful lot from Sirius to make that admission for Harry's sake, and Remus was very proud of him, but he knew the fight was far from over. Sirius had just taken a step backwards. But Remus knew he would at every given opportunity try to make Harry aware of just evil he thought Snape was. "Why, what, Sirius? Why does Harry admire Snape?" Remus asked him and frowned as Sirius snarled at Remus. "Must you keep reminding me of that? I am sure Snape is doing this for spite, Remy. Perhaps he had given Harry a potion or something and it has addled Harry's brains. That must be why Harry likes Snape. I am sure." Sirius jumped up and looked at Remus wildly, as if asking confirmation about his suspicions. "Sit down, Sirius." Remus frowned more as Sirius started pacing the floor up and down in agitation. "Sit down, Sirius. I said sit down." "Why?" Sirius asked him as he sat down in a show of violence that almost rocked the chair backwards. "Harry likes Snape. More than likes, I think he admires him. More important than that, Sirius, is the fact Harry loves you and does not want to hurt you. He was prepared to stop interacting with Snape when he realized you were more than unhappy with it. What can I do, Remy? When I think of that sniveling git in Harry, I just can't help but feel I have let James and Lily down." Sirius almost shouted in frustration. "Letting James down is one thing, even then I don't think I'll agree. I think Harry would have wanted to be close to Snape, even if James was alive, and then I think he would be a lot more stubborn about it. But Lily would have been happy, Sirius. You know it and I know it. And James would have felt terrible. Sirius finished heavily. That thought had been hounding him since he had received the letter. Remus had no answer to that. He knew James would feel more than terrible, but then Remus was practical. Whether it was his werewolf side that made him see things in a less frenzied and emotional manner, or was he the way he was naturally, he did not know, but he knew Harry liked Snape. Perhaps that was all Lily that Harry was reflecting. Whatever it was, Remus knew it would hurt Harry badly to force him to stop being friendly with Snape. "I hope James will understand," he said after a long pause. "For Harry's sake." Sirius looked up at Remus, but did not say a word. After some more silence, "Let him just put one step out of place and I'll kill him, simply kill him," Sirius told him, his eyes still furious. "Who, Harry?" Remus asked, amused at his friend's petulance. While he understood what Sirius was feeling, he also understood that Harry had a mind of his own and he, for whatever reason, wanted to establish a relationship with Snape. While he did not know why Harry should feel for Snape, who was certainly not very friendly towards Harry, Remus could not but respect Harry's strange and baffling decision to acknowledge Snape and admire him openly. "Of course not." Sirius looked irritably at his friend who was laughing. "Go ahead and laugh, but I tell you there is something about this I just don't understand. Snape of all people, and how could Harry be so happy? Sirius, I am not going to spend the rest of my day sitting here, trying to make sense of why a kid likes and admires Snape. I am happy he likes us, and for you he would even stop being friends with Snape. That's enough for me, and it should be for you too. Don't fuss. Remy, Harry would do it for you too, he loves you," Sirius told him earnestly, and Remus laughed and stood up. Sirius too got up reluctantly, pulling a half-smile on his face with difficulty as they attended to their other jobs. Lucius Malfoy went to his manor after he left Snape. Narcissa was waiting for him anxiously. "Lucius," she called when she saw him. "Get out of the carriage," and went outside to meet him, observing him all the time. Lucius was looking normal, and Narcissa breathed a sigh of relief. He could get nasty when he was angry or very worried, and she was very grateful that this news had not shaken him up. They did have company among the other Death Eaters who also had Muggle-born relatives, but it could still cause problems if they were related to someone that could prove to be a problem later on. Narcissa had been hoping, along with Lucius, that they would not have any relatives among the students, and if they did, it would be someone they could accept. When Lucius had received Draco's letter, he had been shocked as she had been. He had not written about Hermione Granger, only that some Muggle-born called Colin Creevey, who was sorted into Gryffindor of all houses, was related to the Malfoys. Draco had sounded so desperate and horrified, that Narcissa knew that this Creevey was not the Malfoy standard among the Muggles. Lucius had come to her, leaned in and keyed her briefly, before following her inside. Narcissa did not speak as she led the way inside. The manor was opulently furnished, and Lucius followed Narcissa to the library and from that into their study, which had all kinds of wards and charms in place. Lucius had nothing to discuss of that nature, but Narcissa apparently did not want to take chances. The study, in contrast to the otherwise opulent home, was very simple, almost stark in comparison. The whole room was full of books, with a biggish table in the center and a few comfortable chairs placed in such a way that showed they were meant for serious discussions. "How are they?" Narcissa asked him, abruptly. "Pathetic," he replied, shaking his head in utter contempt for the Creeveys. "I would not keep them as s**avs really. Why did my forefathers not kill the bloody squib?" Narcissa smiled at the frustration in his voice. He saw her smile and scowled. "Don't smile, sissy. You have not seen them. They are—" Lucius shuddered. Words failed him, really. What could he say about the exuberant family he had glimpsed? Lucius shuddered again. The Malfoys did not even know to show that kind of cheer, and they were related to someone who literally bounced up and down and caught the sun in their teeth. If this were old times, a Crucio would not be out of place for all members of that family. He told Narcissa everything, and you and Bellatrix are related to Potter's friend. Her name is Hermione Granger, and Evans, Potter's mother, is related to Severus. What? Narcissa was shocked as she looked at her husband. He nodded. Yes, Severus is related to Lily Evans. He was very bitter about it. That man and his hatred for James Potter sometimes amuses me. What I would not have given Sissy to be related to Harry Potter. It would have worked well for us. But he is related to Severus, and that foolish man is bitter. Can you imagine, bitter about it, love? Narcissa nodded her head as she looked at Lucius thoughtfully. Yes, I can imagine. Severus was so jealous that she chose Potter over him. And she told him off in front of the whole house and never spoke to him again. He loved her for a while, but later, became very bitter about her choosing James. Didn't he ask our Lord to spare her? Yes, but I doubt the Dark Lord would grant favors like that sissy. Severus must be thankful he was not crucioed to death for asking. He was in a good mood that day. The spy, whom we wrongly thought was your great cousin Black, had brought him good news, I remember. But it was not Black but the mouse Peter. That was a shock, let me tell you. I never expected that boy to be a Death Eater and a spy for us in the Order. I thought he could not hold his wand properly. Narcissa smiled. I was shocked too, when I came to know that the spy was Sirius. I never expected that from him, and that to betray Potter of all people. Peter seems more believable for me more than Sirius. Sirius adored James and thought of him as his brother more than Regulus actually. She smiled and leaned on him. They sat in silence for some time, before they went about their normal routine, deciding to forget by common consent the Creevey family and Hermione Granger. The Daily Prophet made the Ancestry Potion its headlines in its evening paper. Ancestry Potion reveals there is no Muggleborn, only purebloods and half-bloods was the title. Yesterday's sensational news was the Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, spearheaded by its potions professor and head of Slytherin House, brewed the most expensive ancestry potion for all its Muggleborn students. And every Muggleborn student found themselves related to a wizarding family. The words Muggleborn has been erased forever yesterday because of this potion. All the teachers as well as many students contributed to the making of the potion to meet its cost, and after almost 6 continuous months of everyday brewing and attending to the potion was declared completed and ready to be administered. Yesterday it was given to all students who were Muggleborn or had a Muggleborn parent, and it was found that every student including the boy who lived had wizarding relatives. The boy who lived is related to a man who was tried for Death Eater crimes during the war. Severus Snape, potions professor and present head of Slytherin House. He was found not guilty of his crimes, but this reporter wonders if the boy who lived's guardians would allow him to mingle with a man who has the mark. This sensational news about the ancestry potion has rocked the wizarding world and has turned it on its head. While Dumbledore, the headmaster of the Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, assures all of us about the integrity of the potion as such, perhaps, an independent study should be conducted by the ministry so that the results that have been pronounced are indeed valid. There are a lot of pure bloods who are unhappy indeed at the results shown. We spoke to Lucius Malfoy at his Wiltshire Manor. He appeared very relaxed with no dissatisfaction with the actual brewing of the potion. I really do not think there is any mistake in the brewing of the potion. The potion was brewed by the best potion master in all of Wizarding Britain. There can be no doubt in my mind about that. Severus is also a good friend. But he is not the one who is the supreme authority at Hogwarts. That position belongs to Dumbledore, who did not invite anyone when the potion was actually administered. I would like the Ministry of Magic to come forward and repeat this exercise so that no one is left in any doubt whatsoever. Mr. Malfoy refused to comment on the fact that Muggleborns were no longer outsiders, but a cruel testimony to what the wizarding families had done to those not blessed enough to be magical. This reporter tried to get Dumbledore's version to make it fair and present both sides of the issue, but the headmaster was simply not available for comment, making one wonder if indeed he has tried to manipulate the results of the potion. As I am finishing this article, I have received information that the Ministry of Magic will indeed brew the ancestry potion and administer it to all Muggleborns and half-bloods who have a Muggleborn parent. This will ensure that the potion at the Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry has been administered properly. Rita Skeeter. After Sirius and Remus left Dumbledore's office, Harry skipped to the common room after his meeting with Sirius, Remus and Snape. The fact Sirius was willing to accept Snape on some level for him made him feel very nice inside. Hermione and Neville were inside, waiting anxiously for Harry. "Harry, Sirius never met me. And why did it take you so long? He's okay with me being his relative and all that, isn't he?" she asked him, just a little apprehensive and also a little hurt. "Of course, Hermione. Sirius was planning to meet you, but it got late and he told me to tell you. He would write to you later, and also arrange to meet with your mum and dad. He told me to tell you he's very happy you are family." Harry beamed, hoping that she would be reassured by that. She was. She beamed back. "Okay, I'll write a short note to him, shall I?" she asked him. "Sure, that would be fantastic. Write your letter and we'll send it off to Sirius." "I'll write one too," Harry told her, and then the topic changed to the potion. "The Ministry has announced that they are going to brew this potion for all Muggleborns and half-bloods, who have Muggle-born parents," Hermione explained. "That would be great," Harry beamed, and they chattered about the various relations that the purebloods had thrust upon them, and the fact that almost all of them were very unhappy with their long-lost relatives, whom they had thrown out of their families in the first place. The wizarding world was rocked upside down, as the next few days went by in a spate of discussions and Ministry of Magic announcements about the potion that the Ministry was planning to brew for everyone. The fact Muggleborns would not longer be an issue with the purebloods was the most important thing they discussed. The Malfoys, Bulstrodes, the Parkinsons, Zabinis, Goyles, Crabs, Nott and other Slytherin pureblood families were very unhappy about knowing they had relations among the Muggles. They did not want to acknowledge the fact that they had Muggle relations who were magical, and they also did not want to recognize that they had in their family squibs that could no longer be ignored, because their descendants had reintegrated into the magical world again. Slowly the school settled, and though potions, magical relatives and the discussion of the fact that the word Muggleborn was no longer an issue crept up from time to time, the days went on normally. Hermione wrote to Sirius, who wrote back warmly to her, apologizing for not meeting her, and invited her with her family to Grimmauld Place in the holidays. Draco sulked magnificently for a while, and then never looked at Colin Creevey again. Colin, after he knew his magical relations were the Malfoys, went out of his way to smile and be friendly to Draco, but that unfortunately only got on Draco's nerves. He also did not like Colin taking photographs of him, and Colin took photos of whom he called his relative and clicked away whenever he could. When Draco shouted at him once, unable to keep in his anger and frustration, Colin beamed and told him that he was sending these photos to his parents, and also invited Draco and his parents to spend summer at his Muggle home, and also promised to write to Lucius and Narcissa as well. Draco blanched in horror and did not answer. He avoided Colin like the plague after that. The days went by pleasantly. Harry enjoyed himself thoroughly, participating in the discussions as much as he could. He met with Snape in what was officially his detention and spoke to him, teased him a bit, not too much, this was Snape after all, but riled him up a little and generally got on Snape's nerves before he left. The Ministry had already sanctioned a huge amount of money to brew the potion for everyone who was a Muggleborn or a half-blood with a Muggleborn parent. The brewing would start shortly, and already people were accepting the no Muggleborn theory. The second year slowly came to an end. Spring holidays came and went, and this time Harry went to Grimmauld Place, inviting Hermione, Neville and Draco. Draco had been hesitant at first, but had later asked for permission from his parents, and having received it, came to Grimmauld Place. He was quiet the first 2 days, watching Remus and Sirius and also Hermione's parents who came to meet with Sirius. A few days later, he settled down and had a lot of fun, though he would never admit it. He also spoke to Mrs. Black the first day he came, and she wept buckets over Draco and talked pureblood superiority to him. After the first 5 minutes of hearing the greatness of the Blacks, Draco was thoroughly bored. He kept the politeness and nodded a few times and then left all pretense and yawned continuously until she sent dear Narcissa's boy away to rest, because he was so tired. She told him to come and see her every day, and from then onwards Draco was the quietest when crossing the portraits. If anyone would by chance trip off something and wake her up, Draco would run and hide. Neville and Hermione enjoyed themselves, and Harry did not invite the Weasleys that time. He decided to do so in the summer. Once spring break was over, they left for Hogwarts. Sirius was more or less reconciled to the fact his godson was never going to listen to him about a few things, like Slytherin, Draco Malfoy and Severus Snape. He had tried his best to talk down Snape whenever the subject came up, but Harry always avoided it neatly, twisting and turning Sirius's words to admiration. Second year came to a close, with no more drama and no tense situations. Lockhart was still safely in the school, and Harry had been wondering about this, when he read in the Daily Prophet some 2 weeks after school closed, that in a great fight against an innocuous man by name Smith, Lockhart had lost his memory. This Smith had escaped, and there was a search on for him. He was never found. Harry snorted as he read this. More like Lockhart had tried to take that man's memories and obliterate him, when he got obliterated himself. So that part had worked out once again, though in a different manner. Harry was pensive for a few days, and then he shrugged it off. There was nothing he could do about it. He had a great holiday, visiting Hermione and Neville for a week, and inviting them and Draco for a couple of weeks, where they went to Diagon Alley every day and browsed through the shops. After Draco left, Harry invited Ron and the twins and had a rollicking time. Second-year holidays came to a close without Aunt Marge, Minister Fudge, or the Knight's bus. It was time for third year, and Harry would leave in a week. The holy magical island of Azkaban is situated in the cold North Sea, where the climate is terribly cold, stormy and windy. The island itself is bare and rocky, bleak, and exhibits an aura of severe unhappiness and darkness. There is a prison on the island which is under the control of the Ministry of Magic. The prisoners in that dreadful prison go quietly mad after some time, unable to relive their worst memories all the time. The prison was guarded by Dementors. The Inner Circle Death Eaters as well as other prisoners were all imprisoned in this dreary place with no chance of seeing the light. After a while they lost themselves in their worst memories and then lost their minds. There were a few exceptions to the rule, though. Sirius Black was one of them, who did not lose his mind, because he was innocent of his crimes, and he was an animagus, turning into his animagus form, whenever it all got a bit too much for him. Bellatrix was another Death Eater with an animagus form, and she used it like Sirius whenever it all got a bit too much for her. Her animagus form was a snake, a deadly viper. She changed into a snake whenever the Dementors came too close to her and retained a part of her sanity even after spending almost 12 years in Azkaban. But she was fed up, and she somehow wanted to escape and search out her lord and bring him back to life again. She planned to escape, but executing the plan was not so easy. The Dementors overwhelmed her, and it was all she could do to keep her mind in their presence. Occlumency helped to an extent, but it still wasn't enough. But Bellatrix was not Voldemort's most feared Death Eater and his foremost trusted follower for nothing. She waited for almost 12 years, intending to break out of Azkaban, biding her chance. Her chance came one day when a Dementor came to keep the food. She usually turned into her animagus form when it did come, because the effects would be dulled. She was trying to shut down her mind even as a snake, when the Dementor turned towards some noise from the next cell. That time was enough for Bellatrix, and she slithered out, her heart beating wildly in her chest and hoping against hope that she would not be discovered until she truly escaped. She went slowly. It was very dark and she could barely see and think. But she went on for what seemed hours, before she came to the door of the great prison. It was stormy outside, and she slithered out through a largish crack between the door and the wall. She was outside the prison. She slithered slowly, very tired but not daring to stop, until she was out of this hell hole. The heavens were pouring down and the winds were raging. The noise they made together was terrifying, but Bellatrix went on, until she reached the turbulent sea. She went this way and that until she noticed a boathouse. Then she went to the boathouse that was well warded. Next to the boathouse was a small cottage. The Auror in charge of the boathouse lived there. Bellatrix went slowly, very slowly, because her strength was all but exhausted, and slithered carefully to the cottage that was not more than a room, to shelter the Auror from the storm, rain and the wind, and looked around to gain entry from somewhere. The cottage was closed securely and the Auror was inside. There was nothing she could do and there was no way she could enter the cottage, and she waited for him to open the door, hiding in a dark place, so that she would not be found out. It was a few hours later that the Auror opened the door to leave, his wand at the ready, and cautiously peeped out, and Bellatrix wasted no time. She slithered in as fast as she could, and hid behind a cupboard, completely exhausted. The Auror came back a few hours later and went about his work. Bellatrix stayed where she was behind the smelly cupboard, watching him all the while. She waited until he went to sleep, not knowing that the Dementors had already found out her disappearance and that there was a manhunt being ordered for her at that very time by the Ministry. She went up to him and using all her strength, changed back, and took his wand that was on the table next to him and she woke him up. The Auror got up startled and before he could make a noise, she pointed his wand on him and spoke, her voice all rusty and hoarse from disuse and screaming, "Imperio." His eyes glazed over and she smiled tiredly, but victoriously. "What is the way to get out of here safely? Answer me," she ordered, wasting no time and getting to the point. "There is the boat that is spelled to reach the mainland," he said, still under the spell. "How long will it take?" she asked. "A few hours. I really don't know how many exactly," he replied. "Who has the authority to open the boathouse and release the boat?" She asked him next, praying that it would be him. It was. "I have," he said. "You will release that boat for me and then come back here and forget all about it." "Come," she said and watched him walk out. She followed him, casting a disillusionment charm upon herself, and slipped into the boathouse behind the Auror. She waited impatiently as he stood there, by the boat, blankly, until she realized he had no wand to cast the release spell on the boat. She took a deep breath and cast the Imperio again on him. "You will take this wand, release the boat and return the wand to me and then go back to your cottage and forget all about me. You will also say that your wand was lost in the storm, the wind carrying it away from your hand and get a new one." And her heart in her mouth, she handed over the wand to the Auror. But the Imperio held and Auror followed her instructions to the book and handed over the wand to her and turned to leave. Bellatrix wasted no more time and she got into the small boat, which was very sturdy, though and cast a notice me not charm at the whole boat. It took her a few tries to get the whole boat and herself under the charm, but she managed and heaved a sigh of relief as the boat set off without any alarms going off. She lay down in the boat completely exhausted for some time and then slowly got up to check the navigation dials of the small boat. They were set for the Ministry of Magical Harbor in Scotland. Alarmed, she started working through the wards to see if she could change it, but with her mental state and her physical tiredness not to mention exhaustion, she soon gave it up as a bad job, and conjuring a clock and setting an alarm to go off after a couple of hours, Bellatrix went to sleep. She woke up when the alarm screeched and looked around wildly, firing a few curses, but she was still at sea and safe. Her heart stopped beating wildly with fear and she slowly calmed down, and breathed deeply her first taste of freedom in almost 13 years. Even as a fugitive who could be captured any moment, this freedom was very sweet to her. She made a vow to herself that she would rather be killed than be captured once again and placed into Azkaban, where this time she would surely be keyed. She was beginning to feel hungry, she realized, but there was nothing in that small boat and she conjured a hot CP of tea and some sandwiches and slowly ate them. She could not manage more than a few bites and a few sips of tea, but even that was wonderful to her and as she banished the tea and sandwiches, she knew what she had missed the most. Her wand. Her wand was broken by the Ministry and they would pay for that, she thought darkly, as she remembered how the Aurors laughed as they broke her wand. But, she smirked. They could not break her spirit, her loyalty or her devotion to her lord. And they never would. She had started on her mission to resurrect her master and together they would destroy all those who were not worthy of her master, starting with Albus Dumbledore and Harry Potter. Her lips curled in contempt, rage and hatred. They would all pay. She lost herself in memories of the past, and it was a while before she came back to the present. She looked around, but she was still at sea. The storm had subsided and she had not even noticed that the boat had stopped shaking violently. If it weren't for the strong charms and wards, the boat would have capsized within minutes. But with magic, Bellatrix thought, most impossible things were possible. Like bringing back her lord from a place that no one usually returned. She got up and started applying the disillusionment charms on the boat, and on herself and sat down, ready to transform into a snake and slither away, if need be. Some more time later, Bellatrix could see the land and the adrenaline started pumping strongly again. She kept a lookout and as the boat got nearer the land, she gasped in dismay. Those were Dementors, surely. She cast the disillusionment charm on her once again and another notice me not charm, tucked her borrowed wand securely into her tattered robes and changed into a snake. She slowly went to the edge of the boat that she could not see, and hoping that her charms would not break, waited. The boat went and stopped at a place it probably would every time. and there was some alarm that went off even as the boat, which could not be seen at all, came to a stop. The Dementors swarmed to the boat, and the oars were not far behind. Before they could come ahead of the Dementors, whose presence was getting to her again, Bellatrix slithered down the side of the boat and onto the jetty. She carefully slithered, mindful of not getting in the way of Dementors and oars, and went towards the gate. She was still not visible, but the oars had removed all spells from the boat, and many of them were now jumping into the cold waters to search for her. Bellatrix did not lose her concentration and went onwards, inch by inch, and soon she reached the gates and slithered out. She went on that way for some more time, a bit faster now, because there were no oars or magical wards. Had she not been an animagus, she would have found it very difficult to cross the wards without detection, but as a snake, it was very easy. There were no wards for detection and for stopping an animagus, and Bellatrix was finally free. It was just a week before Harry was to start his 3rd year at the Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. He got up that morning exactly a week before he would have to leave for King's Cross, to board the Hogwarts Express. He came down to find Sirius and Remus very tense and worried, and Harry became tense and alert as well. "Morning, Siri and Remy," he said cheerfully, and sat down, grabbing the paper that was lying beside Sirius's plate. Sirius and Remus mumbled something that Harry took to be an equally cheery good morning from them. Fully alert now, Harry opened the paper that had been folded, and saw the headlines, and his eyes widened. Bellatrix Lestrange escapes Azkaban prison. Manhunt ordered by the Ministry of Magic. Bellatrix Lestrange has escaped Azkaban, in what is said to be a shocking incident. She had somehow escaped the Dementors, and had released the emergency boat from the boathouse, and has now escaped. The Death Eater most feared next only to he who must not be named is at large. She was responsible for the torture of the Longbottoms and many, many other atrocities during the First War with you-know-who. How did a woman who was under the influence of the Dementors for almost 13 years escape the prison, Dementors and Aurors? It is truly a mystery, and the Ministry has ordered a large-scale investigation into the whole affair. The Ministry has now ordered her to be keyed on capture. Harry looked at her photo, which was almost like the one Creature had had with him, and Harry repressed a shudder as he looked at the strong, striking, handsome face. He looked up at Sirius and Remus, who were looking glum. How could she? He asked, knowing it was possible. Perhaps she was an animagus, or she was immune against the Dementors and could escape them. Whatever it was, Harry knew it was a huge headache. "Don't know, Harry," Sirius said. "She was one of those truly crazy people, who actually believed in Voldemort's ideals and joined him because of that. She's crazy, and crazy people are dangerous people, Harry, because they don't act according to the norm. I feel very worried for you." "For me? But why, Sirius?" Harry asked, putting on a puzzled look. "Because she is Voldemort's deputy, and she was reputed to be as sadistic as Voldemort himself. She knows that Voldemort was defeated by you and would come after you." "I know that," Sirius told him. They spent the rest of the morning talking about Bellatrix, and when they finally got up to leave to attend to their work, Harry was very thoughtful indeed. Last time in his 3rd year Sirius had escaped from Azkaban, and Harry had thought that possible because Sirius was innocent. Now, Bellatrix had escaped, and she certainly wasn't, and if she was half as crazy as she had been the last time, then Harry would have to be very careful indeed. "Hey Hermione," Harry called, walking into the King's Cross station. He had just waved goodbye to Sirius and Remus, who gave him many instructions to be careful, all because Bellatrix had escaped Azkaban. The topic of the last week of holidays had only been Bellatrix's escape. Harry had been forbidden to go to Diagon Alley, and he had been told so many do's and don'ts that he was close to screaming in frustration and was never more happy to escape Grimmauld Place. On the 1st of September, Harry thankfully walked along the platform, after seeing off Sirius and Remus, and seeing Hermione called out to her. She was standing with her parents, and hearing him shout, turned and beamed at him. Harry grinned back at her and greeted her parents and chatted for a few minutes before saying his goodbyes to the Grangers and got onto the train. They walked through a few compartments before they found an empty one and went in, thankfully hoisting their trunks on the luggage rack, and sank down on the seats. "Did you see the papers, Harry?" Hermione asked him at once, in great excitement and some fear, after they sat down waiting for Neville to join them. Harry nodded his head and smiled at Hermione's expression. I did in this last week. Sirius and Remus have been so worried, it has been crazy, really. Harry finished with a sigh, and a second later the door opened and Neville peeped in and seeing them, walked in. Harry smiled at Neville and Hermione greeted him softly, but Neville only nodded his head at both, sitting down stiffly. Harry was inwardly shocked at the changes in Neville. He looked pale and had come down to half his size, and he was holding himself as if he would break any moment. His face was taut and stressed. Harry wondered how this last week had gone for Neville. It was frustrating for him, but for Neville it must have been terrible. Hermione smiled sadly at Neville and Harry watched as Neville caught her eyes, flushed and turned away. Harry did not speak and neither did Hermione. A few minutes later, Neville spoke, as if unable to bear the silence. Gran almost did not send me this year, he said, leaning back on the seat. The train began to move and Harry smiled sympathetically without saying anything, while Hermione simply nodded. Bellatrix's torture of the Longbottoms had been splashed all over the papers and she and Harry could understand just how the conversations would have been in the Longbottom household. After a few minutes Harry spoke. Sirius and Remus too, were very reluctant to let me go. Bellatrix has escaped Azkaban and Sirius was paranoid about it. It was only after I told him that I would be in Hogwarts, the safest place in all of Wizarding Britain, that he allowed me to come. She is related to Sirius, he is naturally concerned, Harry. Besides, she is evil, Hermione said with a trace of anger, remembering all that she read about Bellatrix. I hope she is captured soon. She finished softly and then fell silent. Seeing Neville was very uncomfortable. I wonder who the defense against the dark arts teacher will be this year. Harry asked both of them after a small silence. Have no idea. Poor Professor Lockhart. He was attacked and somehow lost his memories and now is insane. Mungos. They are not sure when he will get his memories back, if at all. Hermione looked angry for Lockhart. Harry grinned at her and watched her frown. Harry, why are you smiling? Surely you don't think Lockhart's position is funny? She asked, huffing a bit at him. Harry of course thought Lockhart very much deserved it, having obliviated so many others to take their stories to make a name for himself, but he could hardly say so, and he smiled at Hermione's indignation on behalf of the now memoryless Lockhart. Harry shook his head. I don't mean it badly, Hermione, but well, I really couldn't care much about it either. He was a bit of a fruitcake. Hermione looked affronted by Harry's casual dismissal and relapsed into a silence that told Harry he would need to break it first and with an apology. Neville had not said anything at all and Harry looked out of the window, wondering about his third year. Last time Sirius had escaped and Remus had been riding with them on this very train. Now, though it was very different, Bellatrix of all people had escaped and the whole wizarding world was now looking for her. Harry also did not know who the new defense against the dark arts teacher was, and he also did not know if Dementors would guard the school. There had been a lot of articles about the safety of the people at large, a few articles about the protection of students at Hogwarts. Perhaps, Harry thought, Dumbledore might still allow the Dementors into the school, if the Ministry made a loud enough noise about it. Harry took a deep breath. This year was already beginning in a way his last time did not, and Harry did not know what to do. He was deep in thought when the door of their compartment opened and Draco peeped in. Seeing Harry, he smiled a bit and was about to walk in when he noticed Neville, who was looking away from him and straight out of the window. Draco flushed and stepped back, and then a few seconds later shuffled his feet and moved forward, straightening his shoulders, as if determined to face whatever Neville might throw at him. He stepped inside and raised his eyebrows, asking Harry the question. Harry smiled at Draco and nodded to him, and Hermione too called out to him, but Neville sat straight and stiff, without looking at him and not saying a word either. Hey, how have you been? Harry asked him, with a smile. Draco shrugged. Okay, what with Aunt Bellatrix's escape? Draco wound down, seeing Neville turn deliberately to glare at Draco and then look away. Go on, what happened? Harry asked, interested to see what Draco would tell him, and if Lucius would have warned Draco about his aunt who was on the loose. Draco smiled a bit nervously and cleared his throat. Father is very worried and so is Mother. We don't want her, and really everything's been a bit tense. I was glad to get on the train, you know. It is not your fault, Draco, don't beat yourself about it. She's your aunt on one side and Sirius's cousin on the other, and he's foaming at the mouth too. We just have to be careful, so that if she's got any plans of coming to the school, we can be prepared, though I doubt it. 13 years in Azkaban, Merlin. She must be insane to say the least, with only the Dementors for company. Harry finished, and then they were largely silent the rest of the time. Draco was sitting there almost defiantly, not moving until the announcements came for everyone to change into their robes and get ready to alight at Hogsmeade. Draco had had a strange holiday, in fact a strange few months. He was looking at everything and everyone, with a different eye, ever since he came to know that Lucius was responsible for the diary. While he never said anything outwardly, his time with his parents had been different from his point of view, because he saw them and their motives differently. He knew they loved him, he loved them too, but it was somehow different, because he was not agreeing with them on everything. Only he was not doing it openly. He realized this holidays, seeing everything through Harry's eyes. Wondering if Harry would agree, and if so, then it was somehow okay with him, and if he knew Harry would not like it, he too found reasons to disagree. The last week had not been tense only for the Longbottoms, but also for the Malfoys, though they would of course never show it. When the news of Bellatrix's escape reached Lucius Malfoy, he was displeased at first. The Malfoys knew about the escape through the papers, and Lucius had almost fainted with shock. He contacted the Ministry and spoke to the Minister for Magic, Cornelius Fudge, and had it confirmed. He told the Minister that he very much hoped that the Death Eater would be captured soon and closed the flow connection. He had turned to Narcissa and they had walked into their study and spent some time there. Draco had been watching all this, and he sat in one corner unobtrusively, observing all that was going on. Lucius had come out looking better, and Narcissa had a resigned air about her. They had come to a decision and they had chosen a side. Not that they had much choice. The dark mark on Lucius's left forearm would not allow him to do anything else. He had called Draco and told him about his Aunt Bellatrix's escape and warned him to be careful. And for the first time, Lucius also told Draco to stay away from Harry, because things were different now. Draco had heard him silently, nodding in all the right places and knowing full well he would not obey this command of his father at all. Only he would need to be careful. Draco was amazed at his own rebellious attitude and suddenly felt very happy, even though he did not know why. He decided to slowly talk to Pansy, Blaise, and whoever would listen to him in Slytherin's house and start them thinking. He knew it was only a matter of time before Bellatrix would come to Malfoy Manor, and he also decided if he came to know it, he would tell Harry about it. He had spent his week after Bellatrix's escape doing a lot of thinking. Now, seeing the way Neville treated him on the train and how Harry supported him, Draco felt that he was doing the right thing. He would speak to Harry, Neville and Hermione and take it from there. Having decided that, Draco had felt very relieved and light. He sat there quietly, his head held high, and when the announcements came he nodded to Harry and Hermione and looked at Neville, who was still not looking at him, and walked out. The train journey had been tense and silent, mainly because of Draco, who stubbornly refused to leave, but there had been no Dementors this year. No fainting for Harry and no listening to his parents' voices. Though, Harry was not sure he would hear his parents' voices this time. He had seen too much, and he was sure, Harry thought with a frown, that he would see his children reaching out to him. Harry turned his head sharply towards the window to conceal a sudden spurt of pain. It was almost 3 years and he was still weeping inside. Harry talked sternly, if rather sadly, to himself, telling him to stop this emotional outburst about what had already happened and which was not likely to change ever. When Hogsmeade Station came, the 3 silent third years alighted and walked out into the crisp breeze that was flowing around them. It was still dusk and steadily beginning to get dark, and Harry looked around him, breathing in deeply and taking in the scenery around him. The little station was surrounded by mountains that seemed to go on forever, and nestled in their midst was the fully magical village of Hogsmeade. Hogsmeade was a very small village of a few streets, an owl post office, the main marketplace where the 3 broomsticks, the Hog's Head, Madame Puddifoot's and other small shops were lined up on one side of a long street, which then branched off to join a small pathway come lane that lead to Hogwarts. The students except the first years got into the horseless carriages, and Harry saw the Threstles, which he was sure Luna could see as well, and they went up to the castle. Harry's heart filled up with love as he saw the castle gates and the stately Hogwarts, her towers floating high up proudly in the air, and with the forbidden forest looming darkly on one side. Harry once again felt he had come home and leaned back in his carriage, very happy and extremely content. There were no Dementors at the gates and Harry hoped he could get through this year without much fuss. They trooped inside and entered the Great Hall. Harry glanced at the head table almost automatically and saw Snape's eyes on him. Seeing Harry, Snape glared at Harry, who grinned at him and raised his hand in a small wave. Snape scowled and turned to speak to Dumbledore, who was watching this exchange with much amusement in his eyes. He looked at Harry and smiled, and his smile slightly widened when Harry grinned at him and inclined his head in a greeting. Soon, Harry was sitting with his friends, was eating hungrily, enjoying the vast feast laid on the table before him. Hermione seemed to have forgotten about Lockhart and was back to smiling and talking with him. Harry looked at everyone in the Great Hall and idly listened to the conversation around him, which was unsurprisingly about Bellatrix. "I hope the insane Death Eater does not come anywhere near us," said Seamus, stuffing roast potatoes into his mouth. All the others nodded fervently, and Dean, who had been told about the insane Death Eater, was also nodded his head. "How could she escape anyway? I thought this Azkaban thing was guarded by what's that, Seamus?" "Yeah, Dementors, and no one can get past them." "Yeah, but you see, Bellatrix was almost as feared as you know who, and she was terrible in the First War. Who knows what kind of dark magic she did to escape?" Ron chimed in. He was looking well, Harry noticed with a pang, and so was Ginny. After 13 years, Hermione entered the fray. "I doubt it," she said. "If she had powers that could help her escape, why wait for all these years? She could have escaped long back. Staying there for such a long time, I hope no one in the Ministry helped her." No, Seamus hastened to tell her. "The prison is guarded by Dementors, Hermione. They beat souls and leave a man worse than death. They won't let anyone inside. They won't know. They'll think that the Aurors came in with Ministry permission. The Ministry is not saying anything except that they are looking for her and they will capture her at any cost," she said, frowning at no one in particular, trying to remember all that she had read the last week. Neville was still not saying a word, and Harry decided that he would need to talk to him, if he continued this way. This could end up stressing Neville in a way that could affect him badly. At the end of the meal, Dumbledore stood up, asking for attention. The smile had vanished, leaving a serious-looking headmaster, and all the students fell silent. "I have information for all of you. Last week Bellatrix Lestrange escaped Azkaban. She was one of the more fearful Death Eaters following Lord Voldemort, and this is not good news at all. The Ministry has appointed the Dementors to guard the school in case Bellatrix would try and enter. Please do not leave the school without permission, and do not approach the gates where they would be stationed." Dumbledore looked for a second at Harry and continued, "The Forbidden Forest is forbidden as usual, and Mr. Filch has a list of things that are not allowed and has posted a list for those interested in his office." The students were still as they looked at Dumbledore, and he continued, "On a happier note, we have a new defense against the dark arts teacher. Professor Jim Tim." A small, thin man who looked as if he needed to be defended stood up and bowed and then sat down. The students looked at each other and then looked away, trying not to laugh. Dumbledore sat down, and then it was time to leave the Great Hall, and Harry got up and left with Hermione and Neville, grinning at Draco, Pansy and Blaise. The Gryffindors walked up to their tower, and feeling tired, Harry, Hermione and Neville walked up to their dorms, and after changing and setting his things in place, Harry walked over to Neville's bed and called out softly to him. "What is it, Harry?" Neville asked him. "Can I come in for a minute?" "What is it?" Neville said, opening the curtains, and Harry walked in. "How have been holding up, Nev?" Harry asked him, abruptly, the moment he sat down on Neville's bed. Neville blinked at the frankness of the question and looked at Harry for a few moments, trying to find the right answer, and decided to tell the truth. "Pathetic," he said. "Gran has been a wreck ever since that hag escaped Azkaban, and she has also been very worried. We went to S and asked for additional protection for my parents, and she almost decided against sending me to Hogwarts. It was only because Uncle Algy told her that I would be safest here with Dumbledore that she reluctantly agreed. It has been terrible. I just want to kill her, Harry." Neville finished with a snarl that looked so out of character. He also felt relieved that he had spoken out and got it off his chest and looked at Harry a little defiantly. Harry was silent for a few minutes, giving time to Neville to calm down. Well, we will be safe here. Along with Dumbledore, we also have the Dementors and powerful wards that would protect all of us. Harry sighed. I hate her as well. Sirius feels very bad. They are related, you know, and he was also very worried. I really had to work to convince them to come here this year. Don't let it stress you out, Nev. She's not worth it. Neville smiled a bit, and Harry, after sitting with him for a little more time, stood up, and saying good night to Neville, left to his own bed to sleep the first day of his 3rd year, leaving Neville feeling somehow better for having got all that out and knowing that someone else understood his feeling of extreme frustration, anger, helplessness. The first morning Harry, Neville and Hermione walked to the Great Hall and met the Slytherins at the door. Hey Draco, Harry called. Draco turned with a smile and stopped when he saw Neville. Coming to a decision, he nodded to his Slytherin's friends to move on and spoke to Harry in a low voice. I want to talk to you 3. Meet me tonight somewhere. In the 2nd floor classroom. All 3 of us will be there. You'll be careful. If Snape catches you. Harry left it there and Draco and the 3 Gryffindors went into the Great Hall for their breakfast. Harry looked at the head table to see Snape glaring at him. He smiled and waved cheerily and grinned when Snape snarled. His good deed for the day being done, Harry ate his breakfast, wondering what Draco would tell him and how he could meet Snape to talk with him. He would have had news about Bellatrix from Dumbledore and hopefully from Lucius Malfoy as well. If he didn't, well, then Harry could suggest it. Finishing their breakfast, they collected their schedules from McGonagall and walked out. Harry noticed they had potions the last class of the day, and he wondered if he could get detention somehow. Harry had taken runes and arithmancy this time along with care of magical creatures. Professor Grubby Plank was the professor this time and Harry resolved to do something about Hagrid. Even if he was not made professor, the least he could do for Hagrid was to somehow help him to prove his innocence. On that note, Harry spent the rest of his day learning about animagus transformations and attended his first Ancient Runes class. He sat with Hermione, smiling at her enthusiasm, and then all of them went to the last class of the day. Potions. The door was closed and they stood around the door when Snape surprisingly came from outside and he was in a foul mood. He glared at everyone, especially Harry, and banged the doors open and strode inside. Come in, and don't waste time. Get out your things and follow the instructions on the board. A flick of his wand and there were instructions on the blackboard about how to prepare the pepper-up potion. Harry prepared his potion cleanly and neatly and at the end of the class walked up to Snape and tripped, tipping his potion all over Snape. There was a deathly silence for a minute. Snape looked at Harry with utter disbelief in his face. Detention. Potter. He paused for a second. For a week. He glared at Harry, who managed to look shocked instead of nodding his head at Snape. You will start today, Potter. Come here straight after dinner, to redo your potion you spilt. He smiled nastily at Harry and turned that smile on the class. Get out, all of you. What are you waiting for? He barked and watched with satisfaction as all of them pushed each other to get out first. The moment dinner was over, Harry went down, and smiling at the sympathetic looks he received from Hermione and Neville, and walked to the potion master's office. Snape was waiting for him, and he took out his wand and warded the doors as soon as Harry closed them and walked to his chair, watching Harry plonk himself on the other chair. What's the news, Snape? Did Dumbledore tell you anything? Harry asked him, abruptly, coming straight to the point. Did this happen last time? Snape asked one of his own, his eyes boring into Harry. Harry shook his head. Last time Sirius escaped Azkaban. He saw Wormtail's photo in the paper when Fudge visited Azkaban and he escaped. How could that be possible? Are you quite sure? Snape asked, sounding very suspicious, as if Sirius of all people could escape Azkaban and that Harry was lying, and even though Harry had told him that Sirius had escaped Azkaban long back. Yes, Snape, Sirius escaped Azkaban last time. I have told you this before. He is an animagus. He slipped out one day, apparently, when the Dementors opened his door to place the food inside. I think Bellatrix is also an animagus. Sirius said the last time that when it got too much for him, that is when the Dementors stayed near him for a very long time, he used to change into his animagus form. That used to make him feel better. To think Bellatrix may have done the same. Harry's voice trailed away, very bitter. What was Black's form? Snape asked after a silence. A Grim. Harry answered absently. Did you contact Lucius? What did Dumbledore say? Asked Harry, looking at Snape. Snape sneered at the mention of Dumbledore, watching Harry carefully. Harry grinned at Snape and laughed when Snape glared. I have nothing against Dumbledore. I only think he need not know now. He is on the right side, Snape. Then why don't you talk to him? Snape asked. Because he can seriously upset everything. Already so much is different from the original timeline. If I add Dumbledore to the mix, it will become explosive. Harry explained. How? Snape asked quietly, his black eyes watching Harry very carefully. He will act. He will not be like you. He will improve and act on the knowledge he will insist I give him. And then we would be in trouble because we would be seriously upsetting everything. I plan to tell him, no doubt about it, only not now. Already there is so much of a difference, it's scary. Harry said, looking pensive. Snape was silent until Harry asked him again about Dumbledore and Lucius. Dumbledore is very worried and he asked me to get in touch with Lucius and see if Bellatrix has come to Malfoy Manor. As of this morning, she hasn't. Snape told Harry. Are you sure Lucius is not lying? Harry asked him. Bellatrix would go to her sister. I am sure of that. And the next step would be to gain her strength and resurrect Voldemort. Last time Voldemort came back to life in my 4th year. This time, I hope he will not return early. Harry shivered as he thought of the graveyard, memories that still made him shudder. Snape nodded. I asked him if I could help. And I also know about his lost Horcrux. I do not think he will lie, but I also don't think he will contact me when Bellatrix comes to their manor. I doubt she would want it and I also think Lucius will not go against her. Draco is our best bet. Keep an eye on him and ask him for news. Snape advised. They were silent after that. Snape took out an old book which was tattered and started reading it, making small corrections and frowning over certain paragraphs. Harry sat there lost in his thoughts until it was time to leave. You may go, Snape told him. I will take your next detention in 2 days. I shall see if I can find out a bit more. Harry nodded and left the dungeons. From his detention Harry went to meet Malfoy. Hermione and Neville were already there along with Malfoy and all 3 of them were sitting rather silently. Hey, Harry called out and all 3 of them jumped and Hermione beamed at him. Neville and Draco looked very relieved to see him. Bad detention? Draco asked sympathetically. Not really, Harry said. He made me do some cauldron cleaning, that's all. Why does he hate you so? Hermione asked him, unable to understand. I dunno, Harry told her. I still admire him, though. He gave me a few pointers while I was cleaning and they would help immensely in potions. That man knows his stuff, Harry said and added, really? When all 3 of them looked unimpressed. What is it, Draco? Tell us. We should not be here and if Filch catches us, we could get into trouble. Harry urged him and all of them went and sat on the desks in the middle of the classroom. Harry cast a few spells at the door and a few wandless ones around the room. Then he turned to Draco, who was now pink and staring at the board, instead of at them. I just wanted to tell you, Harry, that I will pass on any information I get about Aunt Bellatrix. He said stiffly and fell silent. Harry blinked and his mind processed what he had heard and then he beamed at Draco. You are such a friend, Draco, he said and Draco flushed. It was, apparently, the right thing to say and Draco looked at Neville. Neville was staring at him in shock and when Draco looked at him, he stared at Draco before he nodded once. Draco turned away. Neville and Harry had understood. I would suggest one thing, though. Hermione spoke up softly. All the 3 boys turned to look at her. She blushed and continued. I think, Draco, you should not be friendly with us openly. Tell Pansy and Blaise too. If your aunt is even half the things I read, I think it would cause problems for you, especially now that you've agreed to pass on any information you get about her to Harry. That's brilliant, Hermione, Harry told her admiringly. You are correct, of course. We should be careful. Draco, be careful and warn the others too. Let us not get into hostility, but let us not be very friendly either. People will think we are drifting apart, because of Bellatrix. Draco did not like that, but he could see the logic in those words, because his father had said just the same thing. He nodded reluctantly. I will send you an owl if I have any news and we can meet here, all right? He asked, and on that note all of them went to their respective dorms to sleep. The next 2 weeks went by without anything much. Bellatrix had not made an appearance at Malfoy Manor, and Harry, Snape and according to Snape, Dumbledore were all very tense. Harry had told him about Draco and Snape had been astonished. After that, he went out of his way to favor Draco and the other Slytherins and soon earned more hatred in the school than before. The new Dada professor was a quiet man who taught them well. Harry was amazed at this. He had looked at Harry on the first day, when he had called out the names. He had not said anything, though and treated Harry as any other student. He knew his subject well and he was fair, and also took no nonsense from anyone. Snape was also giving detentions to Harry at the rate of 1 or 2 a week. He used all kinds of reasons that Harry and Snape hoped would do the rounds and be established that Snape thoroughly disliked Harry. It is true, I hope you do not have thoughts to the contrary. Snape asked him, his eyebrows raised and his lips twisted in amusement. Not at all, Snape. Harry assured him with a huge grin, remembering the way he had got his detention that evening. Well, Potter, Snape had said softly, his eyes glittering, and Harry thought he saw amusement in them, rather than anger. Do you call this a perfect potion? He had lifted up the potion vial and had sneered at it, and Harry. Yes, sir, I know that potion is perfect. Harry had replied to gasps all around the room. Snape's face had darkened in anger. Detention, he had hissed. I do not take cheek even from the boy who lived. Please, sir, what is wrong with it? He had asked. I will tell you, Potter, when I meet you at detention tonight. And that was that. Life went on normally and Harry was waiting for some kind of news of Bellatrix. There was nothing. Once Bellatrix left the ministry yard. Bellatrix had left the wards and slithered away to freedom. She was exhausted, but did not dare stop and moved on until she could move no more. Stopping at the foot of a huge oak tree, she looked around, but she could not see where she was, only that there were trees all round her. She did not dare to transform and try to apparate. She knew she had not the strength. She coiled up at the foot of a tree and went to sleep. She slept for more than 3 days, waking up weak with hunger. It was daytime and she glanced around her, but could not see any kind of human habitation. She seemed to be in the wilderness. She slowly moved and winced inside at the pain movement brought her. She moved slowly until she spotted a small rabbit just ahead of her. Drooling inside at the sight of food, even though uncooked, she went very quietly behind the rabbit and in a sudden swift movement, caught it and swallowed it. She went back to the tree and once again lay down to digest the rabbit and gain a little strength. She had lost count of the days, but she was not bothered, because she was still alive and free. More than 10 days passed, with Bellatrix changing very rarely into her human form, scared about the Dementors, and slowly moved a little around the tress every day, gaining her strength. It took her more than 3 weeks to even think of trying to apparate. She finally managed it one day just 3 weeks after her escape. She had cleverly not ventured outside the woods she had spent the first night in. It was very close to the yard and yet it was lonely and wild. The Dementors and the Ministry were searching for her in London and in the homes of all those who were suspected to be Death Eaters. Even Lucius Malfoy had received a visit from the Aurors, led by Moody and Kingsley. They found nothing and went away still suspicious, especially Moody. Fudge had apologized profusely to Lucius, who brushed it off, saying that no one was above the law and it was a good thing that his home was searched, because now he was in the clear. He also assured Fudge that if Bellatrix ever came to his home, he would apprehend her and turn her over to the Ministry of Magic. It was the 3rd week, when Bellatrix felt that she could try and apparate successfully. She changed back from her animagus form and slowly stretched herself. She carefully stowed her wand away, not wanting to do magic until she was safe behind wards. She walked, stumbling a little and getting the feel of being in her human form for some time. She had not dared to be in her human form for more than a few minutes at a time, and the last 3 weeks had been spent in her animagus form and she was rather disoriented. She apparated close to Malfoy Manor and changed at once to her animagus form and started slithering. She met no one and she successfully reached the manor. It was night time and she went to the wards and slowly pushed her way inside. A few minutes later she was at the door and she changed and knocked at the door. Lucius Malfoy and his wife were relaxing after a nice dinner. They were very relaxed and Bellatrix had almost left their minds. It was 3 weeks after her escape and there was no news about her. As Lucius thought, she may have died even. After living in Azkaban for almost 13 years with the Dementors she would have lost her mind and hopefully her life as well, he thought, sipping his wine and sighing in appreciation. Narcissa was sitting, her head resting lightly on his shoulders, and Lucius was never more content. It was at this time there was a knock at the door and Lucius frowned and then stiffened in alarm. The wards had not alerted him. His heart suddenly pounded with fear. What if it were her? Could she have escaped and found her way here? She was keyed into the wards, her whole family were, and Lucius after the fall of Voldemort, never thought to change it. He stood up, his fear spreading to Narcissa, who understood, the moment she heard the knock and saw Lucius stiffen and placed a warning hand on his shoulders, when he was about to stride away to open the door. Both Lucius and his wife walked to the door and hesitating only for a second, Lucius threw open the door and took a step backwards. Standing in front of his smiling insanely and triumphantly, her hair all disheveled and knotted, her robes in tatters, her frame skeletal, gaunt and horrible. He tried to stretch his face into a smile and say something welcoming, but Bellatrix was not looking at him. Her eyes were looking at her sister, who was standing in the shadows, behind her husband. Her voice unused to speech and weak with exhaustion and hoarse with screaming against the Dementors in Azkaban now croaked. Narcissa's heart pounded with fear as she looked at the insanely smiling face of her sister. She and Lucius had almost concluded that Bellatrix had died. How could she survive 13 years of Dementors, 3 weeks of hiding from the Aurors and Dementors and still be sane and alive? They had thought she would have died once she escaped prison. But here she was and looking terrifyingly insane and horribly real. Her croaked voice echoed in the deathly silence of the manor's front door, where Lucius and his wife stood, and Narcissa shuddered inside her even as she stepped forward and smiled, going close to her sister and hugging her. She pulled her inside a bit hurriedly, looking fearfully at the darkness outside, as if expecting a couple of Aurors to come and capture all of them. Her thoughts went almost at once to Draco, and she visibly shivered and pulled her robes around her tightly, leading her sister inside. Lucius had not said a word and he quietly followed his wife inside, his mind full of the implications of Bellatrix's visit and her obvious stay at his home. "Sissy," Bellatrix croaked, once again, when they were inside and Narcissa had slowly seated Bellatrix comfortably in the luxurious living room of the Malfoys. "I have much to discuss with you." "Bella," Narcissa said softly, her eyes shining with an emotion that was not easy to discern. "I think you must wash and have something nutritious to eat and a lot of rest. Only then I think we should talk, and my dear sister," Narcissa said, slipping into her role as the lady of the manor and getting to her feet. She gently pulled her sister to her feet. "You are in no shape to talk right now." "But Sissy," Bella said in protest as she got to her feet and tried to glare at her sister. "There is so much work to be done here. I have escaped with such great difficulty." Her voice feebly croaked and Narcissa shook her head, smiling all the time, though her eyes did not show the happiness her face did. "I know, Bella," Narcissa smiled, "but you are so exhausted, Bella, and I will not allow you to do anything until you have got back your strength. We will talk all you want then. Now, you listen to me and come with me. You will sleep and we will talk later." Narcissa refused to listen to Bellatrix's hoarse protests and she almost dragged her sister off to what used to be her suite of rooms, in the days before, when Bellatrix, Rudolphus and Rabaston used to visit the Malfoys. Calling for an elf, Narcissa fed her and helped her to wash her horribly emaciated body and watched her sleep the moment she lay down on the comfortable bed, the first time in almost 13 years. The moment Bella slept, the smile she had plastered on her face all the while Bellatrix was awake, stopping abruptly. Narcissa waited for a good few minutes, watching her sister sleep, her shallow and raspy breath coming in jerks, and then she stood up, a frown on her beautiful face, and silently walked out of the room. Snapping her fingers for an elf, she said as it came and bowed low, "Inform me, the moment my sister wakes up." The elf nodded violently before it popped off, and Narcissa, a last look at the door of her sister's room, walked to her own suite of rooms. Lucius was already there, looking very worried and his face furrowed in anxiety when he saw Narcissa walking into their rooms, and carefully closing the door and warding it. "Well, my dear," he asked her, standing up and allowing her to sink into the comfortable sofa and sitting down beside her and concernedly putting his arm around her. "What a headache, Lucius," she said, leaning on him and placing her head on his shoulder. "What is she saying?" Lucius asked her, worried. "She says she has much work to do and I'm afraid," her voice sank to a whisper, "it will have everything to do with the Dark Lord." Lucius was silent. Narcissa looked at him and frowned. "Don't you think so, Lucius?" she asked him softly. Lucius Malfoy was still silent. He was thinking deeply about the consequences of Bella's escape and her stay at Malfoy Manor. "Lucius," Narcissa asked, sitting up and looking worried at his continuing silence, and with a deep sigh, Lucius turned to her. "Narcissa, my love, Bella is going to cause a lot of complications for us. I only hope she will not become dangerous," he said, even then knowing that she was already a danger to him and his family. "We can hide her, Lucius. We will take her away from here and hide her. Narcissa, she will want to resurrect the Dark Lord. That is the work she wants to do. And that will only bring us trouble." His voice sank to a whisper and he fell silent. Narcissa, who had suspected something like this, was also silent, and they sat there a long time trying to get comfort from each other and failed for the first time. Bellatrix slept for the next few days, taking in potions and a little food, but otherwise doing nothing. She was recouping and gathering her strength, and it was after almost 2 weeks later that she found the strength to come downstairs for lunch one day. Her matted hair was now neatly tied up and her body that was gaunt was now looking better, and the tiredness and the exhaustion had all but vanished from her eyes. She was very thin still, and her eyes were wild, showing her mental recovery to be incomplete and also showing the extent of her suffering at Azkaban. But she was a witch of formidable proportions, and she was also half mad because of her stay at Azkaban, and that made her even more deadly. "Bella," Narcissa smiled, getting up from her place at the table and walked over to her, and helped her to sit down. Lucius was silent as he had been all these days, waiting and watching Bella's recovery and also planning as much as he could to keep his family safe. But in his deepest heart, he knew that he was already involved and there was no going back. The Dark Lord would never allow that. Now that Bella was here, the Dark Lord would soon come back. And Lucius Malfoy was right in the middle of it. Bellatrix did not speak much at lunch that day. She ate sparingly, her mind apparently concentrated on her meal, and Narcissa and Lucius shared many looks at each other, but did not disturb the silence. Once they finished, Bella said, "Sissy, take me to your study. I wish to speak to you and Lucius privately." Narcissa led the way and Lucius followed, Bellatrix walking in the middle. They reached the study and closed the door and seated themselves. Bellatrix heaved a sigh of relief as she looked around the room that had not changed much since she had seen it before, and smiled at her sister, who was seated along with her. Lucius was in his chair behind the desk. "How did you manage, Bella?" asked Narcissa after a small pause, deciding to start the conversation by finding out how on earth had Bella escaped the most formidable prison in the wizarding world. Bellatrix spoke softly, telling an amazed and astonished Narcissa and Lucius about her escape. There was more silence when she finished, and Lucius Malfoy was bereft of words and Narcissa could not speak at all. It was a while before Narcissa spoke, and her voice trembled in fear and amazement equally. "I have no words, Bella. What you have done is beyond anything I imagined," she said, turning to Lucius, who carefully echoed the same sentiments of amazement and awe, rather than shock. Bellatrix was pleased at the expressions on the face of her sister and brother-in-law. "I was lucky, Sissy," she said hoarsely, her voice and body already tired by this small account of her escapes. Narcissa saw this and was about to suggest that Bella take it easy for the rest of the day, when Bella spoke. "We have to search for the Dark Lord, Lucius," she said, her heavy eyes staring intensely at him. "We must." "But of course, Bellatrix, we must indeed." Lucius started, but Bella did not let him speak, a sudden fury in her eyes. "Indeed," she sneered weakly. "But Lucius, if you agree, why have you not taken any steps to do this?" she demanded. Lucius Malfoy was silent for a second, before he responded. But how can I, Bellatrix? How can I? By searching for the Lord. She answered sharply. How? Lucius demanded, not to let Bellatrix tell him he made a grave mistake. Lucius, Bella croaked, her eyes flashing with anger that her master was bodiless and alone all these years and Lucius and others had done nothing about it. Let us use the mark and try and call him, she commanded. Lucius snarled and roughly pushed up the sleeve of his robe. How? He asked, her sarcasm dripping in his voice. Do you think I can call the Dark Lord through this? And showed her the dark mark, which was only a scar and was faintly visible. If I could, do you think I would have not made the effort? He demanded loudly, throwing his words at her and glaring at her. Bellatrix glared back. Then, she pushed her robes of her left sleeve and exposed her own dark mark, which was only a scar, faint upon her pale skin. Then she pressed a long, bony finger to it. She kept her finger for almost a minute and then released it. Lucius was sweating. Bellatrix, are you trying to tell me that only pressing the mark will do? The Lord will come. Bellatrix looked doubtful, her fury at not resurrecting her lord subsiding. I know the Lord has taken precautions to make sure that he will not be killed so easily. We can try this and also ask Rookwood at the ministry. With the Department of Mysteries' help, I'm sure he'll be able to do more. In the meantime, I think we should keep pressing our marks now and then, so that the Lord, wherever and however he is, may hear us through it and come. Lucius calmed down. Bellatrix was not sure. She too was doubtful and was only trying various means known to her to help in the resurrection of the Dark Lord. I will go to the ministry and try and meet Rookwood and ask him to come to the manor and get him to start searching for the Dark Lord and also get news about your escape. Nobody need know that you are here for the moment, Lucius said, and jumped a bit when Bellatrix spoke, her voice harsh and shaking with fury. The bloody boy, who did this to our Lord, is he alive still, Lucius? She asked. Is Harry Potter alive? She shouted hoarsely. Lucius nodded. Yes, he is, and he is now currently studying in the Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. He said rather calmly and went on to give her news of various people she had known and about their children who were studying at the school now. Bellatrix had a hearty croaky laugh when Neville and his parents were mentioned, her eyes glittering with happiness. That soon wore away when Harry's name was mentioned. She frowned at Harry's brilliance and at his popularity and his everything. That boy must die, Lucius, she said venomously. He should not live, for what he did to our Lord. I agree, Lucius said pacifically, but that boy is very well protected and difficult to touch. But we will resurrect the Dark Lord first and then kill him in front of our Lord, he added hastily, when he saw her rage mount. At his words, though, she calmed down and nodded reluctantly. After a brief silence, Lucius stood up to leave for the ministry, rolling his left sleeve and pressing the dark mark on his left arm for good measure. He wanted the credit of resurrecting the Dark Lord as well. Harry, Snape and Dumbledore waited patiently for some word, any word to come of Bellatrix. But it seemed she had gone into a hole and pulled the hole after her. Harry was receiving a detention a week. Plus he had his Quidditch practice and his secret meetings with Draco. They had decided not to meet and be friends openly, who also was as anxious as Harry, but for a different reason. He did not want his parents to be involved with his aunt. He was still recovering from his father's role in the diary and he wanted his parents to have no part in Bellatrix's escape. Harry's days were full. He caught glimpses of Ginny, chattering away to others in the Gryffindor common room in the evenings. She was friends with Hermione and a few other girls and boys in her year. She smiled tentatively at Harry initially, blushing a lot whenever she saw him, but Harry's nonchalance soon soothed her and she smiled or ginned at him, talking naturally when she needed to. Those times were very few. It was usually when she came over to say something to Hermione and spoke first to Neville initially, simply smiling at Harry and going away. Slowly, she started speaking with Harry, starting with a simply hi, usually. Harry encouraged this, by speaking a few words to her and slowly her shyness around him vanished. For Harry, those times were bittersweet, because he desperately wanted friendship and more from her and yet his age and hers would not let him move the way he would have otherwise. But, he realized ruefully, last time in third year, He had been totally unaware that Ron's younger sister would capture his heart completely in the future. He pestered Snape for details and Snape was quite short him, bestowing Harry with pearls of sarcasm. It is almost 2 months into the school year and we are just a week away from Halloween, Snape. And still no news. Harry told him for what was the 100th time. He usually started his detentions with this statement. Snape glared as he usually did. "Potter, you try my patience," he said acidly. Harry smiled at him and watched him scowl. Snape began abruptly, as if to stop Harry from saying anything else, which would anger him more. "I wrote to Lucius about Bellatrix last week. You know that. I received his reply today. He is as bland as usual in it. He even met with Rookwood, he writes, asking him to see if he could use the Ministry to search for the Dark Lord, because he is confident that she would have gone to him." Harry frowned. There was something so wrong with this information. He contemplated for a few minutes and then said, "But since when did Lucius start thinking that Voldemort was alive?" Then as realization came to him he sighed. "Oh, because of the Horcrux we destroyed." He answered his own question. Snape nodded once and turned to his work. A few minutes later Harry spoke again. "What does Dumbledore say about all this?" "He is also on the lookout, Potter," Snape told him. "But unless we have any leads to go on, we cannot do anything. Now kindly stop blathering and let me do my work in silence." He snapped and the rest of the detention was spent in silence. Halloween came and went. That day Harry was very tense and spent the whole day poring over his map. But there was nothing. Not knowing what to do about this whole escape, Harry slowly started getting involved into ordinary school matters. Quidditch season was starting and Harry was soon engrossed in practice and his studies, which were going on as smoothly as possible. The weather started changing from being merely chilly to becoming really cold, and Harry hoped rather morosely that Bellatrix would die in the cold weather somewhere before she could come into the wizarding world and make trouble. He dressed in warm clothes and walked out to meet Hermione to go down with her and Neville as usual. "Brr, it is cold today, isn't it?" Neville told him and Harry nodded, trying to summon up a smile. He was getting more and more worried as the days went by, because he simply did not know what to do. He knew Dumbledore was searching and also knew that Snape was trying as well, but Harry felt very helpless, as he attended Transfiguration and sat through Animagus lessons, and went to potions and withstood the glare Snape bestowed upon him, with a certain detention at least once a week, in addition to the glares. Harry found everything dull in short and became very restless. To stop thinking about that mad woman, Harry flew a lot and was the first for practice and was the last to leave. Gryffindor was playing Hufflepuff in its first match and Oliver was straining everyone to the maximum. The day dawned cold and clear and the whole school came to watch the match. Harry soared up into the skies, swaying in the breeze and enjoying the cold air. He decided to push Bellatrix to the back of his mind and enjoy the game. Lee Jordan was commenting and McGonagall was reprimanding him whenever he stepped out of line, and Harry, suddenly happy, swooped up and down, racing with and against the wind, reveling in the cold morning air. Cedric was the Hufflepuff seeker, and Harry felt a surge of happiness as he usually did, whenever he saw someone who had died in his own timeline. In his exhilaration, Harry almost missed the snitch, a while later, that was floating by the Slytherin stands. Gryffindor and Hufflepuff were almost neck to neck in scores and the snitch would decide the winner. It was Lee's comment, or rather yells, that got Harry's attention. "Potter," Lee bellowed, "has not noticed the snitch, while Diggory the Hufflepuff seeker is racing away towards it." He finished, looking anxiously at Harry. Harry pulled his broom and turned right around and flew madly towards the Slytherin stands, where a smirking Snape was sitting with his Slytherins and laughing, really laughing, his black eyes in anticipation and amusement as a desperate Harry rushed to get level with Cedric. Harry sped racing against the wind, his mind now closed to everything except catching the snitch. Cedric was just a few feet away, racing in front of Harry, determined to clasp the little golden snitch in his hands. The crowd was silent, watching with a thrill as the two seekers, one the easily handsomest boy in all of Hogwarts as Cedric was called and the other the most famous in all of the wizarding world, the boy who lived, tried to be the first to close their hand on the snitch. The snitch was hovering just level with the Slytherin seats. Cedric was just a little ahead of Harry and he would have surely got it, in just a few seconds, when, The snitch suddenly fluttered downwards and was a bright gold against the dark Slytherin green of the stands. Harry saw that and swooped from behind, and Cedric, who was going way too fast, trying to slow his broom before trying to swoop down and catch the snitch at the same time. But in the precious seconds it took for Cedric to slow his speed and go lower, Harry had from behind already closed his hand over the snitch and had crashed into the stands, because he had forgotten to swerve his broom from the stands. He clutched the snitch as a concerned Cedric hauled him out mere seconds later. Snape had also come to the edge of the stands, but retreated when he saw Harry quite all right, his face schooled into a scowl. Meanwhile the Gryffindor players had gathered around Harry, and after checking to see he was okay, they burst into loud yells of happiness, already planning for a party that night. Ron came rushing to shake his hand, his eyes shining with joy. "That was just great, mate," he screamed, and Harry felt a pang go through him. He realized how much he had missed Ron's friendship at times like these. He grinned back, however, and shook Ron's hand and walked to the infirmary to be checked by Madame Pomfrey on McGonagall's orders before going to join his friends. Hermione and Neville, who had been sitting with Ron and the other Gryffindors, too, came running along with Ron and walked along with him, chatting about the game to the infirmary. After the high of winning a thrilling game, where Gryffindor beat Hufflepuff in a close match, 430 to 260, and where everyone spoke of with awe about the thrilling chase between Seekers, Harry felt flat again. Bellatrix had clouded his mind again. But there was nothing he could do, except wait, and that was getting on Harry's nerves. He could not speak about it to anyone, apart from Snape, who he met only once a week in detention. Thankfully there were only a few days for the Yule and midwinter holidays, and Harry trooped off dejectedly to Hogsmeade with the rest, listening to their happy chatter about the holidays. He had invited the twins, Ron, Ginny, Neville and Hermione to Grimmauld Place that year, after Christmas Day, to spend the rest of the holidays with him. All of them had agreed and were very thrilled, planning many things, which Harry on the outside was always happily agreeing to, but could not excite him the same way. He said his goodbyes to Snape on the day of the last detention. Snape still had no news for him. He did not invite Draco to Grimmauld Place. Draco was jealous that the Weasleys were spending time with Harry, but he could not dispute Harry's reasons, and nor could he find a way around them. "So all of them are coming?" he had asked, raising his eyebrows. Harry rolled his eyes. "You know I would have invited you too, Draco. But this is not the time. You will get into trouble with your parents for even asking them, and if Bellatrix had contacted your parents, that would be doubly dangerous. We will meet like this, for now. This is what will keep you safe. I don't need to owl you." Draco had asked. "No, unless it is very important, and even then, use a male owl, not yours. Be careful, Draco, and get back safely after the holidays," Harry had told him seriously. Draco had been inclined to scoff initially at Harry's insistence of asking him to be safe, but after Harry had directed him to the library, where he had read a few accomplishments of Bellatrix Lestrange and understood how dangerous she was, he understood Harry's reasoning and he had not protested. "I will tell you, if there is any news about her," he said, a thrill and a fear going through him, at the thought of Bellatrix coming to his home. Harry nodded again. "Please," he said. "But don't disobey your parents and don't look at Bellatrix or your dad in the eye. Remember what I told you about occlumency and legilimency." Harry warned him and sent him off. Sirius and Remus met Harry at the station and he went home with them, talking to them about his term. He waved goodbye to Neville and Hermione, nodded discreetly at Draco, who was received only by his mother. Lucius was not there, which Harry noted, and walked out of platform 9 3/4 to Grimmauld Place for the Yule holidays. Draco stepped out of the Hogwarts Express along with his Slytherin's friends and saw his mother waiting for him. He had had a strange third year so far and he did not know what to make of it. His feelings towards his parents, especially his father, was turbulent and he had already decided to betray any confidential information he might receive to Harry. Whenever he thought of his spy job, as he called it in his mind, Draco would feel a thrill going through him, along with a good measure of fear and a sense of betrayal to his family, who he knew loved him very much. He was determined to do something. In the holidays, perhaps, he thought he may be able to even actively tackle his mother. His father, he knew, would be difficult, he would get suspicious, and he did not want his father to read his mind. That scared him more than anything. He had been startled when Harry first spoke of occlumency, but was sure that his father would know it because occlumency would give him a tremendous advantage against his opponents. His mother might be easier to deal with, he thought, clutching the bag in his hand a little more tightly. If Bellatrix had contacted his mother or father, Draco's thoughts stopped at that point, and he could not stop the tremble that went through his body, thinking about it, knowing the consequences they would face if the Ministry ever found out that the Malfoys were giving shelter to a witch for whom there was a manhunt on in the Wizarding world and the Muggle world. The Ministry had given information about her in some TV thing in the Muggle world too, asking people to inform authority if they saw her or knew about her whereabouts. But there was nothing until now. It was as if Bellatrix was dead or simply vanished off the face of the earth. Draco very much hoped she was. That would give him a lot of relief, but walking behind his mother out of the barrier, he was not so sure. Narcissa had not spoken a word to Draco apart from a general enquiry, and Draco was feeling more and more suspicious by the minute. He was sure that his parents knew something about Bellatrix, and another thrill of fear went down his spine. They had crossed the barrier and were now walking to an expensive car that was fitted with magic. Narcissa got in behind the wheel and Draco got in beside her. "Mother," he asked, "you are so quiet. Are you well?" Narcissa smiled at him, deftly steering her car out of the parking lot, and did not reply until they were out of the station and onto the roads. A few minutes later, Narcissa jumped like the night's bus and was in the countryside, outside London. Then she looked at Draco, no expression on her face. "I am well, Draco. How was your school? What news do you have for me, love?" she asked, jumping once again and entering the Wiltshire County. "Nothing, mother. The whole school is still talking about Aunt Bellatrix's escape. I wonder what happened to her. Is she even alive or dead? I wonder, don't you?" Draco told her, watching her closely for her reaction. Narcissa stopped smiling and her hands tightened around the wheel, and she suddenly stepped on the accelerator, and the car, which was already going very fast, now simply zoomed as Narcissa took a turning at an alarming pace. "Mother," he shouted, turning pale. "What happened to you? Why are you driving so fast? Slow down." He shrieked the last two words, as Narcissa took another corner of a narrow lane on two wheels. He shouted again, asking her to slow down, and Narcissa took a deep breath and slowed down marginally, suddenly jumping to the corner of their lane, and Draco slowly calmed down. He could just see the manor in the distance. He fell silent, trying to process what had happened, his heart beating very fast. Narcissa knew something, he was sure of that. The moment he had asked about Bellatrix, she had reacted very sharply and guiltily, as if she knew exactly where Bellatrix was and how she was. Draco was suddenly angry. His mother knew something about Bellatrix. What did she know, and was it because she knew something that she was scared? Draco also realized another thing. This was a dangerous job, and he also understood why Harry had told him to be cautious and why Harry had made sure that they would not be seen to be outwardly friendly with each other. He did not say another word as the beautiful car rolled into the equally beautiful and ostentatious manor. Narcissa brought the car to a halt with a loud screech in front of the main doors, and Draco stepped out, even as a house elf popped out to them to take Draco's trunk. Draco followed his mother silently into the huge, but elegant manor and flopped onto a comfortable sofa. Narcissa smiled at him as she sat down too in front of him and watched him with affection, softening the strain on her face. A few minutes later, after an elf brought a steaming cup of hot chocolate, and Draco slowly sipped the hot drink, all the while racking his brains to ask something about Bellatrix that would not set his mother off again. But there was no need, as Narcissa herself opened the subject of the escaped convict of his aunt. "Draco," she began softly, her face smooth and a small smile around her lips. She could not conceal the tension around her eyes though, and Draco noticed that his mother was trying her best to appear as normal as she usually was, but there was nevertheless something odd about her. He waited for her to continue. "You know your aunt has escaped from Azkaban. But my love, we have nothing, Draco, to do with it. Bellatrix may be dead for all we know, because she was convicted as a Death Eater and was in Azkaban for almost 13 years before she escaped. Merlin only knows how she did and where she is now. After her escape there has been nothing, no trace of her. It is as if she disappeared into nothing. Draco. My own personal opinion is that my sister is no more. She is dead. Narcissa finished speaking in the same even, soft tone and looked at Draco with affection and love and just a touch of anxiety on her beautiful face. Draco, on his part, stared at her and tried to understand all that she said. After a moment he spoke as softly as she did, his gray eyes on his mother's face. The Gryffindors hope she is dead. They also say father was a Death Eater too, and that he should be in prison. He said abruptly. They talk badly of the Dark Lord and our family. Narcissa gasped and paled, closing her eyes, and it looked to Draco that she would faint, so pale she had become, but she opened her eyes and started to speak softly, when Lucius entered the room, speaking for her. The Dark Lord was misunderstood, Draco. He had a glorious vision for the wizarding world, and it was the saddest day when he was defeated by Harry Potter. But the Dark Lord is not dead, Draco. He will rise once again, and then the wizarding world will be set to rights. But no more of all this. How have you been? He asked, sitting down next to his son, with a smile that did not quite reach his eyes. I am fine, father. It is just that everyone, especially that Squib Longbottom and the other Gryffindors, sometimes annoy me about our aunt. He answered and turned to his mother, who was now looking anxiously at Lucius. Why don't we search for her on our own, mother? If we are able to find her and if she's alive, then it'll be nice, won't it? He added as innocently as he could, and to his shock he saw his mother's startled expression and her eyes move to a point beyond him. Draco almost turned around to look behind him, and it was only with great control that he desisted. And then Draco received his answers, even though his parents did not say a word. His aunt was in the manor. Actually in the manor. His parents were giving her shelter and hiding a criminal in their house. Draco suddenly wanted to run away from there. He was very scared, no, terrified. Draco, we will indeed not find her. She was imprisoned in Azkaban and has escaped. The Ministry is watching us, because I am Aunt Bellatrix's sister and I was very close with her before her imprisonment. But today we have to take a different stance. We cannot be seen as sympathizing with your aunt, because, her voice dipped down into a harsh and tense whisper, her eyes once again glancing swiftly towards where the way to the dungeons were, beyond Draco, before she continued, of the Dark Lord. You understand. Narcissa was now gazing intensely into Draco's eyes, and he shifted uncomfortably on his seat. Draco, answer me. Narcissa sounded stern, stunning Draco, who had never been spoken to like that. He nodded obediently and then asked his father. Why did you not come to King's Cross, father? I am brewing some very rare potions, a research almost. I happened to come across an old potions book and I am experimenting. I could not leave the potion and come to the station with mother. I have to go back now, else the potion may be ruined. He smiled and stood up. Draco, I also want you to stay out of the dungeons. Seeing Draco's startled look, Lucius said, the potions I am brewing are also very explosive. I am constantly working with a shield, and I have hurt myself a couple of times already. I would not wish you to venture down and get hurt. Do you understand? Draco understood. That was an order and he would do well to obey it. He nodded and saw his father smile at him, and nodding to Narcissa, Lucius went off again, in the direction of the dungeons. Narcissa moved across and sat down with Draco, her hands slowly stroking his hair that was so like hers. Draco leaned into her touch for a moment and then turned to stare at her, and then with a small smile he stood up. I am tired, mother. He said simply, just wanting to get out of there. Of course. You are darling. She said indulgently. Go on to your room and relax. We will talk later. Draco nodded and walked swiftly to his room, his head swimming with all that he had heard. He reached his room and slammed the door shut and flopped on the sofa that was placed near the fireplace in what was an enormous room. He simply sat there for a while and then started recollecting his thoughts, which seemed to have just died, with all that he had heard today. He thought of writing to Harry, but something told him that was not a good idea. Could he try and search the house and find anything? He wondered and then shivered at the thought. But what could he find? Only Bellatrix, and if he saw her, she would not let him go back to school, he was sure of that. He trembled at that thought as well. The thought of staying here, a prisoner like Bellatrix had been, was simply not worth it, he concluded. He decided he would not go Bellatrix hunting. If he got caught, that would be the end of his life, and Draco did not want his life to end so quickly. But what else could he do? After some more thinking, Draco miserably concluded he could do nothing. All he could do was to gather as much information as he could and hand it over to Harry. On that depressing note, Draco got up to wash. The whole holidays sped by without Draco finding out about anything. He did try to talk about Bellatrix as much as he could, trying to sound curious and amazed that she could escape Azkaban and still be free, but his parents did not rise to the bait. His father was seldom out of the dungeons and had placed wards at the entrance so that no one could accidentally enter. Draco had tried to tiptoe into the dungeons, but was pushed back by a powerful ward and after that did not dare try again. He never heard the name of Bellatrix mentioned again by his mother or father, except when he did, and even then, they showed no interest. Soon, it was time to leave for school and Draco had discovered nothing. They were at dinner, the three of them the night before Draco was to leave for Hogwarts, and Lucius was in his most relaxed manner. Draco felt that both his parents were very eager to send him back to school and felt slightly resentful about it, but since he too wanted to escape the atmosphere that was very normal on the outside, but with a tension beneath the surface, he did not mind it too much. So Draco, all set to get back to school, asked Lucius, smiling at him. "Yes, father," Draco replied. "Father," he said after a moment, "I have hardly seen you all these holidays. You were always down in the dungeons. Could you not have allowed me to help? I am decent at potions, you know," he finished slightly indignantly. Lucius Malfoy looked startled for a second and glanced quickly at Narcissa. "Those are not potions that you can help with, Draco. You know that, otherwise I would have let you. Now, finish your dinner. You may help me, if you like, when you're grown up, though." He finished, a wealth of meaning in his voice. Draco did not understand, but he assumed it was not something his mother approved, for she was frowning, though her face smoothed out almost at once. Draco did not say another word. The next day, Draco was seen off at platform 9 3/4 by his mother, who keyed him hurriedly, and apparated back almost at once, stopping only to caution him to be careful. His father had spoken to him in the morning, excusing himself from accompanying Draco to the station, saying his potions needed attention. Draco waited until his mother apparated from the platform and slowly looked around. He spotted Harry almost immediately with his guardians and turned away. He walked swiftly to the train, knowing that he must wait until that night to meet Harry. Harry spent the holidays restlessly. He had invited Ron, Ginny, Neville and the twins to spend a week or so after Christmas Day with him at Grimmauld Place, and they had all come. Sirius had been ecstatic that Harry had not invited Draco, and he was making friends with Gryffindors. Remus and Sirius got together and gave Harry and his friends a wonderful holiday, filled with pranks. Even Hermione got used to her body changing shape and color or something outrageous happening at odd times. Harry joined in the fun, but his heart was really not in it. He kept looking for letters from Draco, and every morning, when the owl post would come, he would get all tensed up. But he never received a note even. By the time the holidays were at an end, Harry was desperate to leave and get some information about Bellatrix. He bid goodbye to Sirius and Remus quite happily and walked along with the others and spotted Draco walking quite alone a little ahead of him. Harry had not noticed him arriving, and he wondered if Lucius Malfoy had come with Draco or if only his mother had dropped him off. Harry and the others got into the train and selected a compartment and sat down. Draco did not come, and Harry spent the whole journey wondering about Draco and whether he would have any news. They reached Hogwarts and went to the Great Hall. It was bitterly cold, and Harry and the others were glad to get inside. It was warm inside the Great Hall, and Harry heaved a sigh of relief when someone banged into him, slipping a small piece of parchment into his hands and going away. It was Draco, who turned and smirked at him and walked to the Slytherin's tables with Crabbe and Goyle lumbering in his wake. Harry pocketed the paper, not noticing that Dumbledore, who was watching him, also noticed Draco's actions, and so did Snape. Snape was not disturbed. He knew about Draco, but Dumbledore was puzzled and a bit worried. He frowned a bit and looked on. Harry walked over to the Gryffindor table, sat down and looked at the head table and smiled at Dumbledore and Snape. Dumbledore smiled back, but his eyes were cautious. Snape glared at Harry and deliberately turned his head away, towards the Slytherin's tables. In the middle of dinner, Harry slowly took out the piece of paper and saw that Draco had asked him to come to the usual classroom at night. He told Hermione and Neville and showed them the paper. Dumbledore saw that and was even more puzzled, but the worry left him, when he learned that Harry was sharing it with Hermione and Neville. Harry had decided to go alone. If Draco had something sensitive to tell him, then he felt it would better if Neville and Hermione were not there. Draco would loosen up if they were alone. After the meeting, Harry was glad he had gone alone. Draco had literally begged him to do nothing about the information he gave Harry and told him to tell no one, not even Hermione and Neville. Harry reluctantly promised, seeing no way out of it. "You will not tell Black, will you? Or Dumbledore?" Draco asked for the 10th time anxiously, after telling Harry everything he knew and suspected. "No, I won't, Draco. Relax, will you?" Harry reassured him for the 100th time and sent him off to the dungeons, before setting off to the tower himself. Harry met with Snape later in the week, when Snape gave him a detention. Snape had no news and Harry gave him his. "Are you quite foolish, Potter? Merlin alone knows what weird potions they are making. It could be something to resurrect the Dark Lord. Allow me to tell Dumbledore, you dunderhead. And Lestrange is there at the manor. We can capture her and give her the key." Snape was furious and he stood up from his chair when Harry told him all that Draco said, but told him that he could not act on that information. "Snape, understand, no one has been to the house. Only Draco, and if you are Dumbledore and the Order or the Aurors go storming, Draco would be caught. Bellatrix would probably escape before we can enter the manor. And if they have finished the potion or they are able to hide it, for they would have some protections in place against the Ministry, then not only will they escape, but Draco will be in a problem. I don't know what Bellatrix would do to him," and Harry took a breath before he finished, looking straight at Snape. "I would also lose Draco's trust and he could turn to their side." Snape stopped pacing the room at that and looked at Harry. Harry just looked back steadily at him. After a few minutes, Snape subsided. "What shall we do?" he asked after a while. "Nothing for now. Let's wait and watch. You'll soon know if Voldemort is coming back. You have the mark. That'll tell you." And that was that. The rest of the year sped and Harry, resigned to his fate that seemed changing more and more every day, turned his attention to his school life and Quidditch. He also advised Draco to do the same. Draco kept writing, but his mother always replied, sounding very, very normal. Draco had nothing more to report to Harry. Easter came and went. Narcissa wrote to Draco, asking him to stay back at Hogwarts, because she and Lucius were traveling. It was not a request, but an order, and Draco stayed back. Third year had come and gone, without Harry knowing it. There was no news of Bellatrix, no time turners, no fights from Dementors, no prophecy from Trelawney, nothing in short. And Harry was scared. He did not know what to make out of this, because he was already so far out of his depth. Nothing was going the same way as it did in his old timeline. He had no other option but to wait. And wait he did, until the summer vacation. Once Bellatrix had fully recovered. Bellatrix had been pacified by Lucius Malfoy for the time being. She waited impatiently for Lucius to get information from Rookwood and the Ministry, and was incensed when Lucius told her that as far as the Ministry was concerned Voldemort was a thing of the past, and Rookwood did not have a clue about how to go about finding the Dark Lord. Bellatrix had already decided to summon him. She assumed he would be in his spirit form and a summoning ritual would bring him to them. For that Bellatrix had ordered a period of intense study of the ancient texts, both in the Malfoy Library and the Lestrange Library. The Ministry had been unable to find the Lestrange's home and had also been unable to freeze her accounts with Gringotts. Bellatrix had been planning to move into her own home. It was safe, because no one knew about it, and she was almost fully recovered in body from her escape. In mind, though, she would never recover, but that only made her more dangerous and frightening. After poring over texts, Bellatrix and Lucius managed to narrow down 3 summoning rituals, and after a few days of debating which would be the best, they chose one. Lucius and Narcissa went to Diagon Alley to get all the required potions, and they had started the potion that would take a couple of months at least. Bellatrix had wanted to do this in her own home, where they would not be disturbed, but Lucius had to reluctantly refuse and offer his own dungeons for the task, because Draco would come home for the Yule holidays just after they had started. He would not allow Draco to see Bellatrix, when he would be going back to Hogwarts. If Draco spoke of her in a loose moment, Lucius Malfoy would be ruined. So when Draco arrived, Bellatrix shifted to the dungeons and stayed there all through Draco's visit, tending to the potions along with Lucius. Draco's holidays went smoothly and then they continued with the potion, until March of that year, when something went wrong in the potion and the whole potion exploded. Lucius and Bellatrix were saved only by the shield that Bellatrix had cast a second before the potion blew up. A couple of weeks of recuperating saw her and Lucius working on the potion to see what went wrong. They briefly considered brewing another potion, but decided against it, because the other potions took longer to brew and were more volatile than this. 3 weeks after the explosion, Bellatrix and the Malfoys shifted to Bellatrix's home and started the potion all over again, this time attending even more carefully to it. Lucius sorely missed Snape, whom he was sure would have brewed the potion correct the first time itself, but Bellatrix was adamant that no one knew where she was. Lucius tried telling her that Snape was trustworthy a few days after they started the potion the second time, but she dismissed Lucius's words scathingly. They were chopping the belladonna leaves and asphodel roots, to crush them together, when Lucius sighed, sick of chopping, cutting, grinding and grounding. "What is it, Lucius?" she asked, looking up from her own work. "I keep telling you Snape's on our side, Bella. He is only acting a part there. Why will you not believe me? If only he were here. You would entrust this work to him and relax," she finished scathingly, glaring at him. "I don't care, Lucius, if you feel that this job of trying to resurrect our Lord is too much work for you." "When did I say that?" Lucius retorted, stopping his chopping, relieved at the small break he got from that job, because he was arguing with his sister-in-law. "Well, what else did you mean?" she asked, standing straight, ready for a fight. "I only mean that I can personally vouch for Severus's loyalties, because I know, having kept in touch with him all these years. And I still feel he would be of help to us. You are," he hurried on, seeing Bellatrix open her mouth to retort, "an expert at potions. I agree, Bella, I am too, but Snape is in a class of his own, you must admit. That was why the Dark Lord accepted him and marked him in the first place. I don't want to see anyone, until the Dark Lord is resurrected, Lucius. He can decide for himself who was loyal and who turned traitor." She replied flatly, "Either you help me, or I finish this on my own." Lucius did not say a word more and they worked from that day in silence until the potion was finished. They were especially careful when they reached the last stages of the potion and Bella asked Lucius to always keep the shield, while she worked. The potion entered its last stage and Lucius, Bella and Narcissa, who had come to pitch in with the shield, breathed a sigh of relief. Now all they had to do was to wait until the potion cleared and then they would need to start the actual ritual, along with the spell work for the summoning. They relaxed for the first time in many months and watched as the potion cleared over the next few days with relief. Lucius relaxed, slumping in his chair. He was terrified that the potion would not do what the book said it must, and that he would have to start chopping all over again. He was sure Bella would start the whole potion enthusiastically, a third time. But Lucius found that he was not very enthusiastic about the Dark Lord's return. Now that he knew the Dark Lord had made a Horcrux, he was frightened, because it would make Voldemort less than a man and a human. He shivered. "Are you cold? You seem to be shivering, Lucius." Bellatrix's voice asked him, amused. The potions lab was very hot, since it was in the dungeons and the fire had been burning almost continuously all the while. Lucius shook his head, his smooth smile coming onto his face. "No, I shivered a little thinking of all the work we would have had this potion gone wrong. Now, we can prepare for the summoning ritual and hope that Out Lord will recognize the sincerity of our call and come." "He will," Bellatrix said firmly, no doubt in her face, only determination that she would by any means reach her lord. The next few days went in the preparation of the summoning ritual. Lucius and Bellatrix pored over the spells, runes and calculations. They chose a new moon night, because the book said that the spells would be the strongest at that time. The night of the new moon approached. That year the new moon day fell on the 31st of May, which was a Saturday. The night approached. It was dark, so dark nothing could be seen. There was no wind or rain, and it was very pleasant for May. Bellatrix checked the wards and ensured that they were working and no one outside of them, except the person whom they were calling, would know of the dark activity. The ritual was usually used for summoning spirits from the other world and was not allowed by the Ministry of Magic. Bellatrix and Lucius were planning to use the potion to summon the spirit of Voldemort from this world itself and were hoping that this would be easier to do than the other. Bellatrix and Lucius bathed and dressed in clean robes. They went out into the garden and there Bellatrix drew a largish circle and she and Lucius started muttering the spells to give the circle power. Bellatrix carefully removed a small nail she had that apparently belonged to Voldemort, and Lucius, looking at the nail, shuddered. He told himself he did not want to know why in the name of Merlin is mad, for he had concluded by this time that Bellatrix was insane. Sister-in-law hoarded a small piece of nail, and why was she looking at the nail with so much adoration on her face? That look did not suit her, decided Lucius, smirking to himself, as half a dozen very unkind thoughts came into his mind. He was recalled to his present position by her, who had placed the nail in the middle of a very small circle in the middle of the big one. She twirled her wand and sealed the nail with a shield that would protect the nail and at the same time, prevent it from flying away. Narcissa brought the potion that would give them the necessary strength to chant the spell to summon. They needed enormous strength, for they would be going against nature, in summoning a spirit for resurrection. They needed to call the spirit of Voldemort. If he came o' his own, then they would not have a lot of work to do, but if he resisted, as they were sure he would, they would need a lot of strength. Can we summon the Dark Lord against his wishes, Bellatrix? Lucius asked her, just as they stepped into the circle. Just like you, Lucius, never to see anything positive in anything. She sneered, raising her wand, anticipation already in her face. She was impatient to meet her lord and showed that impatience to Lucius. Bellatrix, Lucius said patiently. I am not trying to raise doubts. Oh, Bellatrix raised her eyebrows. Then do tell me, Lucius, why are you stalling when we should have started already to bring out Lord to us, to his rightful place as the Lord of the Wizarding world? Because the Master does not know we are the ones who are summoning. He will resist, and he may have plans of his own, if we bring him by force. The spells will not allow him to retreat, and if he resists or tries to attack, then can we fight him and bind him as we must. The moment he sees us, he will be sure that we want to only raise him from the dead. We will also stop chanting. That will prove to him, we don't wish to bind him, merely to call him. Bellatrix said confidently, a confidence Lucius did not share with her. He chanced to look at Narcissa and saw that she too looked troubled. He took a deep breath and took his position. He could hardly do anything else. Bellatrix had taken the primary position facing the west while Lucius was standing his back to her, facing the east. It was from the west, where the land of the Sprits lay, that Voldemort would come, even if he was roaming on the earth. The spells would work like that. Lucius would stand facing the east, in a protective position, to ensure that Voldemort's spirit would not escape. Lucius was thankful that the north and south directions did not matter for this ritual, for the spirit would come and go in a particular direction, simply because they were called in that way. Otherwise he would have had to take unbreakable vows from one other person to do the ritual. Narcissa of course would have filled in the third position. Voldemort's spirit, wherever it was and in whichever direction it was, would come from the west to into the circle, where it would be bound. Usually such spirits were called for a specific purpose, mostly for dark purposes, for revenge and hurting. The spirit would be bound to the caller, who would bind the spirit to him or herself and give it its specific tasks. Once the specific work was over it would go back to its world. But, Lucius mused, as he started chanting, the harm and the darkness and the evil that such a calling would infuse into the spirit's temporary master, was terrible. Traces of it never went away, and since it was a mental connection, where the caller would have to force the spirit to come, using the strength of his mind and bind the spirit that was dead for some time in a place where there were no values, to one's mind and soul, would forever taint the soul and the witch or wizard would never be their old self ever again. And more horrible the deeds performed by the spirit, greater would be the darkness in the soul of the caller. And Lucius thought grimly, Bellatrix was already insane and she was calling for a Dark Lord who had made a Horcrux. They chanted steadily for some time and then, Lucius and Bellatrix could feel something. Suddenly there was a fight in their minds even as they chanted, a fight in the form of a resistance between Voldemort's spirit and their summoning. It was a good thing they had taken the potion, for they would not have had the strength to fight against the resistance Voldemort was exhibiting. Soon they were sweating with exhaustion, even though they had not been chanting for very long, only a couple of hours at the most. Still, they were already sweating profusely as Voldemort resisted furiously. He had been in Albania, roaming in the forests, with a piece of information from Bertha Jerkins that if only he had someone who was his, could do wonders, could actually capture Harry Potter. It was at that time when he had been suddenly pulled. He realized in a second that he was being summoned and he threw his will into resisting. But, Voldemort, powerful though he was, could not resist the spells forever and he came raging with anger, determined to destroy the mind of the one who dared to call him, the greatest of wizards, to bind him like a muggle South Avenue. With that in mind, Voldemort rushed to the place where he had been summoned to. He swirled into the wards, not recognizing the place in his anger, and descended down on the Witcher wizard, who dared to summon the Dark Lord, when suddenly the chanting stopped and Voldemort felt the summons relax. Bellatrix was sweating profusely and she felt her master entering the wards and a great joy overtook her. In another moment, she glimpsed his spirit swirling down and she stopped chanting and lowered the wand. She beamed at him, adoration and admiration oozing out of her, and bowed low. Lucius too stopped chanting the moment Bellatrix did and turned to see Voldemort in his spirit form rushing towards them, the red eyes gleaming malevolently, and silently bowed along with Narcissa. Dumbledore was very puzzled. It really had been that kind of a year. He was, nowadays, searching for information about Horcruxes of Voldemort about which he had had a suspicion for a very long time. But that had become a certainty, since he saw Riddle's diary, and he had been making a concentrated effort to try and get any information he could about Voldemort's Horcruxes. He was largely unsuccessful. Snape too was trying. Dumbledore knew about information on Horcruxes and Bellatrix. But there was nothing. There were too many things puzzling Dumbledore these days. Harry was one. Bellatrix's disappearance was another, though he suspected the Malfoys to be involved in that mystery, and then there was always Snape and Dumbledore's side. So many puzzles, and usually he was so good at them, so good at finding out answers, but he was stumped now, he admitted to himself. Harry, where to begin about that boy really? He seemed to have the power and intelligence of him, Dumbledore, so much more than a boy of 13 years should in Dumbledore's opinion. And yet Harry seemed to balance it all. He was cheerful, intelligent, smart, friendly and kind. He had hoped that Harry would belong to him. He had liked the boy a lot and had loved his mischievous nature, chuckling to himself, remembering the horror of Severus, when Harry had hugged him. Harry was also very puzzling. Dumbledore could not make him out. He seemed very mature for his age at times, and at other times he seems to blend in with the others. He was also brilliant in magic, which was another thing that confused Dumbledore along with Harry's total acceptance of his life at the Dursleys. The Dursleys had not been kind. Dumbledore's face darkened with anger as he thought of what was surely abuse, and yet it did not seem to have touched Harry. It was nothing short of a mystery, just like Harry's occlumency. To put it simply, Dumbledore was baffled. He was distracted from his rather somber thoughts by a noise at his window, and he turned to see a male owl flapping its wings impatiently, waiting for Dumbledore to open it. Dumbledore flicked his wand and the owl came in, dropped a letter and flew away. It was from Alistair, Mad-Eye, Moody, confirming his acceptance of joining Hogwarts that year as the Dada teacher. Dumbledore smiled as he finished reading the letter. That was one worry out of the way. The board of Hogwarts had agreed to host the Tri-Wizard Championship in Hogwarts this year, and Dumbledore wanted everything to go smoothly. The Quidditch Cup was also coming in about a week, after which Hogwarts would be busy making arrangements for the Tri-Wizard tournament. Beauxbatons and Durmstrang would come with their champions. Dumbledore stopped there as he thought of Durmstrang. After all these years he still felt a pang go through him, at the mention of Durmstrang. That was where Gellert Grindelwald had studied, and it was because he was expelled from there that he came to Bathilda's home and showed Albus what falling in love was. Smiling sadly and shaking his head, Trying to clear it of memories which would not go away, Dumbledore stood up, and walked down to the Great Hall. It was summer time and the hall was empty, the tables stacked against the wall. The hall appeared huge and oddly silent without the chatter of the students. There was the aroma of delicious food wafting through the open doors, and Dumbledore walked in slowly to the staff table and smiled at the professors sitting there. It was lunchtime and Snape, McGonagall, Trelawney, Hagrid, were already there. Smiling at them, he sat down and turned his attention to his plate. "Alistair has written," he said a short while later. Snape and McGonagall looked up at his words. "That is good, Albus," McGonagall exclaimed. "He will be helpful this year with the Triwizard Tournament and 2 other schools coming." Snape did not say anything but bent down again. He had been unsuccessful to get any information from Lucius in the summer. He was cut off from Harry too, which he missed. He had been shocked when he had realized that Harry Potter, that boy, had become a part of his life without his realizing it. Snape was intrigued by the boy man and had spent many hours wondering what had happened in the future. This year Hogwarts had decided to host the Triwizard Tournament, and Dumbledore had been worried about what could happen there. Now that Bellatrix had escaped, he was even more perturbed and had wanted to call the whole tournament off, but the Board of Governors and the Ministry of Magic had assured him that everyone would be safe. Albus had asked for Alistair Mad-Eye Moody as an extra protection, to watch over the students. His paranoia would be helpful during a year that Albus somehow felt would be extremely difficult. Dumbledore smiled at McGonagall and then turned to Snape. "Have you heard anything, Severus? Meaning news from the Malfoys?" Snape shook his head and slowly looked up. "I wish I did. You know about the one time I went there after the holidays started, but young Draco told me that both Lucius and Narcissa had gone out. He and Narcissa had both gone out that day, and I understood that Lucius was always working, sometimes late into the evening, which he never usually does when his only child is home for the holidays. I found his mind to be full of fear that his father was somehow involved with Bellatrix's escape." "Severus, you didn't!" exclaimed McGonagall, while Dumbledore remained silent. "Of course I did," Snape retorted, feeling no guilt. "I read only the surface thoughts, mind you, nothing deeper, just what we had been talking about, and I found that his father was away almost every day and his mother accompanied him at times, and Draco had no clue what they were busy with, though I could see his suspicion about Bellatrix." Dumbledore turned to McGonagall, who had a very disapproving expression on her face and was about to launch into a tirade. "Bellatrix must be found at all costs, Minerva," he said somberly, his blue eyes very serious. "She has the capacity to resurrect Lord Voldemort." McGonagall gasped in shock. "I never thought of that, Albus, though when you think about it, it looks very obvious, isn't it?" Snape nodded once. "I am sure Bellatrix had met with Narcissa, only I don't have proof. I went to meet her and Lucius, wanting to discuss about a rare potion, but they were not at home." McGonagall nodded back, very thoughtful. Only she and a few very senior members of the Order of the Phoenix had known that Snape was a spy for them in the First War. Dumbledore had been very careful about just who knew that. "Well, Alistair coming this year would help us a lot then," she said, still thoughtful and just a bit frightened about Bellatrix and Voldemort. Dumbledore nodded, and they finished the rest of their meal in a rather uneasy silence before they got up to attend to their work for the beginning of the year classes, with some relief, as if moving away from there would also move them away from their problems. Harry spent a very dissatisfied holiday that year. Grimmauld Place was full and he joined the fun and frolic during the holidays, but his mind was very far away, with Draco, Snape, Bellatrix and Voldemort. He also had to make the decision of whether he should tell Snape about the false Mad-Eye Moody. Barty Crouch Jr. would be the one to come to Hogwarts that year as the Dada teacher, and he would kill his own father who had helped him escape Azkaban. The real Moody would be all right, and they would be able to get Barty Crouch Jr. as well, but Harry was still in a dilemma about Barty Crouch Sr. He did not know how to tackle that and save the man. He participated with all the crazy things Sirius and Remus got up for him and the other Weasleys who joined him for a part of the holidays, with an outward show of enthusiasm, but kept worrying all the time. He received no owls, and he did not send any either to Snape and Draco, deciding to meet them in Hogwarts. The big event of the holidays was the Quidditch World Cup. The day before, Harry, Sirius and Remus flowed to the Burrow and spent the night there, so that they could leave in the morning to the Quidditch pitch. Harry entered the familiar burrow, his second most favorite place in the whole wide world after Hogwarts. The last time it had been pushed to third place after his home in Godric's Hollow and Hogwarts in that order. Now every time Harry saw the burrow he was amazed to find it as it had been in the last timeline. He had been to the burrow, but not as many times as he had in the last timeline, and he certainly was not as close to the Weasleys as he was, Harry thought with a pang as he shook hands with Mr. and Mrs. Weasley. Molly beamed at him and gave him a warm hug, but while it was informal, there was not the closeness that there had been before. Harry knew that was his fault. He had kept away from Ron and had deliberately befriended Draco, and now Harry was friendlier with the Weasley twins than Ron or Ginny, Harry thought sadly, as he watched her come into the room and smile shyly at them. He grinned at her and turned to talk to the twins, who dragged him to their room to show him a few tricks of theirs, which they wanted to play on the Slytherins next year. Harry also knew they would bet with Ludo Bagman. He sighed as he was wont to do every time he came in contact with the family he had loved and which had become his own the last time around. He walked up to Ron's room, chatted a bit about the Quidditch Cup before going to sleep. Ron was much too excited as he chattered about Krum and his prowess, while Harry was lost in thoughts. Another change, he realized, was the absence of Hermione. She was not invited to the burrow, though she had planned to join them the next day, flowing to the Leaky Cauldron and taking a portkey from Diagon Alley to the World Cup site, this time Sirius, providing the tickets for Harry, Remus and Hermione, another change from last year. How Sirius had managed to get the best seats was indeed a mystery. Harry suspected he had pulled some strings with the Ministry about his unfair stay in Azkaban to ask for top seats. The next morning, the day of the World Cup, Harry was woken up very early, and yawning and stumbling, he walked along with everyone else to the hill, to take the portkey. As in the last timeline, they met with the Diggorys and the Lovegoods. Harry watched as they all chatted and waited for the portkey to take off. Amos Diggory was as he was the last time, but without his comments to Harry. He was still very proud of Cedric, and rightfully too, Harry thought, and he looked at the handsome face and hoped that in this time Cedric would live longer than he had the last time. The portkey took off at the right time, and Harry and the others landed a minute later on grass and on each other, laughing and shouting, while Mr. Weasley and Mr. Diggory and Cedric landed gracefully and perfectly. Harry got up grinning, seeing Sirius and Remus on the grass rolling with him. Really, they were kids and would not grow up at all. Sirius, Harry thought, was a kid still, seeing him talk mostly to the Weasley twins and laughing a lot. Remus was laughing too, but he was more mature than Sirius. They put up their tents, waving to the Diggorys, who were planning to put up their tents a little further up. This time Sirius had offered to bring the tents, and Harry watched as Sirius and Remus put up the massive tent in a couple of minutes. The Weasleys, Sirius, Remus and Harry all walked in, and Harry and the Weasleys stopped at the magnificence inside. There seemed a real house inside. Harry and Ron took a bedroom. Ginny would share one with Hermione when she would arrive, and the twins would have theirs. Harry went into his bedroom and, dumping his bag onto his bed and then calling to Sirius, walked out to search his way to the portkey destination from Diagon Alley. The whole place was as he remembered it. Wild-looking tents. Tents looking like buildings, weird-looking tents were all there, and Harry enjoyed his walk looking at strange tents, waving to kids and smiling at strangers. He reached the portkey place and was hugged by Hermione, who had been waiting for him for some time apparently. "Why are you so late, Harry?" she asked, as Harry took her bag and they set off to their tent. "Oh, we just reached ourselves and I waited only for Sirius and Remus to pitch the tent, before I dumped my bag on my bed and came straight here." "How long have you been waiting?" he said. "I came some 15 minutes ago," she said, looking all around her in amazement. "Is our tent like this?" she asked, shrinking a little at one garishly colored tent that looked like an ugly castle and was emitting some odd-smelling fumes from one of its towers. "No," Harry assured her. "Our tent looks like a Muggle tent from outside. Inside, though, it is spacious and kind of big. We are almost home and you'll see for yourself." Hermione's expression looked more and more doubtful as she passed various tents, and she was not impressed by Harry's remarks. Soon they were at their tent, and Harry grinned at Hermione's sigh of relief and laughed outright when she stepped in and gasped. The tent was huge on the inside. It had a few bedrooms, a kitchen and a drawing room, not to mention bathrooms. Almost everyone was in the drawing room and all of them shouted a greeting to her, which brought a blush to her face. She waved at everyone, accepted Sirius's hug and went to her room along with Harry and sank on her bed and looked around in amazement at the wonders an ordinary-looking tent on the outside could have inside. "How can this even be possible?" she asked Harry. "Magic," he replied with a grin and laughed when she hit him. They spent the rest of the day wandering about the camp laughing at some of the more absurd tents and smiling and waving to people they did not know and chatting with those they knew. That night they went to sleep excited, knowing that they would need to get up early. Harry lay down in his bed beside a snoring Ron, wondering if events would take place as they would the last time. He had felt his scar twitching slightly, but he had no visions, mainly because he had closed his mind. Harry had debated a lot with himself as to whether he should or not open his mind and see Frank's death and Voldemort and Barty Crouch Bellatrix with him, but after thinking greatly on it he had not opened his mind. He decided that he would need to visit his vault, place much of his memories especially of the last timeline into it before he could actually risk opening his mind to Voldemort. If Voldemort even suspected anything amiss, Harry knew there would be trouble. While he had taken a lot of protective steps to ensure that his mind would be safe, he did not know how powerful the mind link would be. Last time in his 7th year, he was able to peep into Voldemort's mind. Now Harry wanted to do the same, but before that, he also wanted to remove his old memories. There had been no chance during the holidays and Harry did not want to try until he was safe. The next morning Harry woke up very early and lay in bed. He wondered what the day would be. A while later, Arthur Weasley could be seen shouting for everyone to get up and Harry jumped out of bed and got ready. Before leaving, he also placed a lot of anti-summoning charms to his wand and then left the tent along with the others, greeting Hermione, Sirius, Remus and the Weasleys. Everyone was in high spirits, and talking and laughing loudly, all of them left for the Quidditch pitch. Harry entered the stadium, his senses on high alert and looked around as they reached the box, where they would be sitting. It was the same as last time and Harry looked around for the Malfoys and Winky. Both of them had not arrived. Yet, Harry settled down in his seat, choosing the one closest to the seats he had seen Winky sit the last time. He would also be sitting just before Draco. Though he would not be able to talk much to him, if at all, Harry thought. Cornelius Fudge, the pompous and incapable Minister for Magic, walked into the box with his Bulgarian counterpart a few minutes later and greeted Arthur Weasley and Sirius. He did not shake hands with Remus, rather looked through him, Harry and Sirius noted angrily. The Minister looked around and saw Harry and beamed. "Well, well, well, Harry Potter," he said loudly, smiling, and extended his hand. Harry shook it gingerly, trying not to let his dislike show. "Mr. Fudge," he said, trying to smile. It came off more as a grimace. Cornelius Fudge, though, did not notice. He beamed at Harry and introduced the Bulgarian Minister to Harry particularly and to everyone else generally and escorted him to his seat. Harry remembered that the Bulgarian Minister knew English, but was pretending not to and watched amused at Fudge's attempts to explain many things. Harry sat down and looked around. There was no Winky and an empty seat beside her still. He wondered when he saw Mr. Barty Crouch Sr. walk in briskly to talk to Fudge. Harry tried to overhear, but it was difficult with the noise around him and he gave it up as a bad job, when Mr. Crouch shook hands with Fudge and the Bulgarian Minister and walked out again. Harry was very curious to know what Barty Crouch had done with his son, but he had to keep quiet. He could not ask, naturally. He sighed inwardly and turned his attention to the crowd, when he heard a soft drawl behind him. Harry went quite still, before he turned to see the Malfoy family. Lucius Malfoy, his wife Narcissa and Draco, the Malfoy family was there. Harry stared at Draco for just a minute before turning his attention to the elder Malfoy, who had finished greeting Fudge and was looking sardonically at him. Harry's eyes narrowed just a little bit and he looked back at Lucius, allowing a small sarcastic smile to fall on his face, thinking of the diary. Lucius seemed unperturbed by the hostile looks he was getting from the Weasleys, as he slightly dipped his head in an inquiring manner and murmured, "Harry Potter," as if he had only just heard of him and was seeing him for the first time. Harry stared back and glared at Fudge as he finished bowing and greeting Narcissa, who looked as if she was trying hard not to throw up and was now asking Lucius Malfoy to sit down. Arthur Weasley had by then forced his children to sit down in their seats and Remus was trying to make Harry do the same. Sirius had glared at Lucius and hearing Narcissa's mild sniff, was now almost growling at her and glaring at Draco, alternatively. Draco was very quiet. He was between his parents and after looking at Harry, he was trying to blend into nothingness. He did not look up at Sirius, but was staring with fascination at his hands, which lay clenched in his lap, betraying his tension. Well, you know Harry Potter, Fudge had boomed. Lucius nodded carelessly. Who doesn't know the boy who lived? Emphasizing slightly on the words, boy who lived, making it sound insulting. Yes, nodded Fudge, not seeing the way Sirius's and Harry's expressions had changed. He is the boy who lived. The boy who vanquished he who must not be named. Lucius nodded. Indeed, Mr. Potter has rendered great service to the wizarding world. We must all be grateful to him, he said with a laugh and watched amused as Fudge nodded his head, oblivious of the sarcasm in Lucius's voice. He was about to reply, when the announcement started and he turned away, leaving a tense group glaring at an amused Lucius Malfoy. Sirius was about to jump on him, snarling, when Remus dragged him back and had whispered urgently to him. Arthur had done the same with Harry. He's not worth it, Harry. We've come here to enjoy the game. Let's not allow him to spoil it for us. Harry had sat down, reluctantly, glancing one more time at Lucius and Narcissa, who was looking as disdainful as possible. Harry thought he could just see a hint of worry in her eyes. Harry's eyes narrowed as he turned away to enjoy the game, which went on like last time. Ireland won, though Victor Crumb of Bulgaria caught the snitch amidst great cheer. Harry saw the twins cornering Ludo Bagman and turned to see the Malfoys rising to leave. Harry and the others also stood up shouting excitedly about the game. As they turned to leave, Harry noticed there was no sign of Winky or indeed anyone else. Barty Crouch Jr. had not come. The Malfoys left with Draco, who gave Harry a brief look, before he turned to follow his mother, his father walking ahead of them with Fudge. Harry was completely flummoxed. His head was spinning with all kinds of things. Why had Winky not come? Where was Barty Crouch Jr.? Why did not Barty Crouch Sr. bring him to the game? Then the dark mark. Who would make it appear in the sky? Harry wondered for a second if Lucius would cast it, feeling frustrated. What would happen today? Why had it not happened like the last time? The rest were chattering happily about the most spectacular match. Did you see it, Harry? Ron asked, from behind. What? Harry turned startled out of his thoughts and he hastily summoned a weak smile. The fantastic chase Kipper gave Crumb when he was. Harry nodded and grinned at all the right places, when suddenly there was a loud noise, almost like an explosion. All of them looked at each other as Arthur and Sirius just paused for a minute before setting off almost at a run towards the noise, nodding at Remus, who did not waste a minute as he started leading them towards their tents. Harry's heart began to pound as he ran with the others. Soon they reached their tents and packed up quickly. Remus brought down the tent and in 5 minutes, all of them hurried out, wondering and slightly scared about the explosion. The noise, panicked screams and the shouts were completely different from the excited shouts and chatter that was present only a few minutes before. People were hurrying just like they were, all of them trying to get to the portkeys and get to their homes as quickly as possible, when suddenly there was a scream and a loud clear voice shouted, Mors Mordra. People stopped hurrying and as one looked up into the sky where there was a frightening skull with a snake from its mouth. The dark mark. A moment later, there were louder screams and frenzied shouts as mothers called to their children and fathers packed up the tents, before running to the nearest exits. But Remus did not allow them to stop and stare. He hurried all of them to the place from where they would take their portkeys and waited there for their turn without allowing them to ask questions, saying that he would answer them when they reached home safely. They ran to the portkey point and managed to get hold of their portkey, and then they were swirling through the air and landed in the woods near the burrow. Remus herded all of them until they reached the burrow. He explained shortly what happened to a surprised and rather shocked Molly, who was in the kitchen and had not been expecting them so early. Telling Molly that they would be in touch, Remus, Harry and Hermione flowed to Grimmauld Place. From there, Remus waited only to tell Harry not to leave the house for any reason whatsoever and hurried out with Hermione, not even giving her the time to say her goodbyes to Harry properly. He dropped her at her home before heading back to the Quidditch Stadium to help Sirius and others. The Quidditch Stadium was in utter chaos. Some oars were running into the stadium from portkey destinations, towards the dark mark sign on the sky, while others had stood by the portkey destinations and were checking the wands of everyone who was leaving and at the same time trying to stop the panic among the people. Harry and company were the few people who had managed to leave the stadium without detection, since they had left within minutes of the appearance of the dark mark. Sirius, Remus, Arthur, Barty Crouch Sr. and other ministry officials were rushing among the people and trying to help them pack and point them towards the portkeys and at the same time trying to keep a lookout for anyone suspicious. But there was no one. It was well into the evening before Sirius and Remus came back to Grimmauld Place. Both of them looked extremely tired and exhausted. Harry took one look at them, before he pushed them into the kitchen and filled their plates with the food he had cooked and kept under warming charms. He did not ask any questions until they had finished eating and was about to open his mouth, when Sirius smiled tiredly. "I'll be a minute, Harry. Let me just have a wash. I'll tell you everything then." Remus nodded and ruffled Harry's hair, and Harry was made to wait for some more time before Sirius and Remus came down cleaner but still tired. "What happened, Sirius, Remus?" Harry asked anxiously, unable to wait any more. He had stayed in Grimmauld Place and had obeyed Remus's orders, not wanting to go back, since that place would be swarming with Aurors, ministry officials and order members, not to mention Death Eaters. He had waited in patience and all alone for Sirius and Remus to come and tell him what happened. 6 people were killed, Harry, and some 20 people are injured, Sirius said abruptly, making Harry gasp in shock. How had that happened? No one had died last time. Merlin. How? He asked, and a second later, "Is it anyone we know?" "No, kid," Sirius said, and Harry felt terribly ashamed of the relief he felt. While those who had died today were not known to Harry, they were still people with families who would be mourning them. "How did they die?" "We heard a huge explosion, did we not?" Remus answered Harry, who nodded. "Someone had cast an exploding spell at the stadium, and a small part it collapsed. Luckily the strong spells placed on it by the ministry workers held fast, and the people who died were those exiting it. Otherwise more people would have been affected." "Who was it? Was he caught?" Harry asked eagerly. Remus shook his head. "No, Harry, we don't know who they were and how they were able to cast such powerful spells. 6 innocent people whose only fault was to come to the Quidditch Cup died," he finished bleakly. The rest of the holidays were spent quietly, and it was with some relief Harry got ready for his 4th year at the Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.